City Council. We begin with the closed session agenda items. Can we have a roll call, please? Call, please.
Mayor Lynch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Mark,
Here.
Councilmember Kibnitzer. Here. Councilmember Cooper. And just for the record, Councilmember Wilkinson is absent.
Thank you. Will public comment on the closed session agenda item? Anyone here wishing to address that item? Not seeing anyone. Do we have anyone online wishing to address this item?
I see no attendee.
All right, we'll close the public comment and we will adjourn to the closed session and we'll resume around 6:30. Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. Yep.
All right, well, let's read. Madam Clerk, are we ready to reconvene?
Yes, we're ready.
Thank you. Return from closed session, and there is nothing from that closed session to report. We're reconvening in open session now, and we'll turn to reports and presentations. But before we do that, I wanted to see, Mr. Zadnik, I think if we can adjust this agenda just slightly because of some recusal items. That is, could we move? I'm recused from 9A and 9C. And I'm wondering if we can move those down to after 10D, which would enable us to proceed without the interruptions of recusals. Is that permissible?
Yeah, that is permissible. If that's the request, sure.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Shen. I see you nodding your head. I appreciate that. Reports and presentation 7A. City Council reports. Are there any reports from my colleagues on the City Council? Councilmember Cooper, thank you.
I wanted to report that Mayor Lynch and I held a city council chat weeks ago in the community center, and we had about 16 attendants. We covered a lot of topics. People really seemed to appreciate it, as did we, because we could, in a much more low-key way, what people were thinking and potential questions that were concerning them. When there's another one, I encourage everyone to come. I also participated, our city planner and head of planning commission, in a discussion and walk around with our new housing consultants. And I just wanted to report that we've set up a very clear calendar to make sure that every deadline set by HCD, and to meet those deadlines for the planning commission and then city council adoption. And to keep the commitment about monitoring coyote activity in the city, I also want to report that we installed 3 cameras at various locations where we had heard a few reports from residents. And through those cameras, we've actually been able to confirm that the coyote, there is only one right now, which is nice, is coming across the causeway in Rip Rap at San Rafael Avenue in the late evening, around after sunset later, and then leaving Belvedere early morning before light. So that was actually interesting to learn. We weren't sure. It definitely leads us to support what our consultant said, that we don't have any packs, and we don't have living in Belvedere per se. They seem to be finding what they need and coming and going at night. The camera will not be up full time, but we will put them up as needed and in locations if anything should change. And to that, I would also just like to remind the community that the coyotes are here. It seems a while longer. So if you own a pet, a small pet especially, please accompany them when they're outside, and keep your dogs on a 6-foot leash, walking them. And I have to thank Tony Boyd and the Public Works staff for helping install the cameras, and for being really so wonderfully available to change batteries and move cameras around on short notice. And also to thank our police department, because they really helped with additional patrols at night. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooper. Any other reports from council? All right, seeing none, I'll open this item for public comment. Is there anyone here who wishes to address this agenda item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, is there anyone online wishing to address this agenda item?
I see no hands. Oh, I do have a hand. Mr. Rothman.
All right, Mr. Rothman,
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
we can.
Thank you. although it's neither here nor there, there are at least one coyote on Cliff Road. We don't care much about it, but they live down at the end of Cliff Road, and they cross Cliff Road in the morning. I mean, not, as I say, that's neither here nor there, but people just have to really take care of their pets.
Can I say something?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rothman. Councilmember Cooper is asking to say something. I was just note, Dr. Rothman, that there is a hotline and whether the coyote is bugging you or not. It actually is really helpful to us and to our wildlife expert to be able to track that data look and dates and times. That really helps our expert figure out the scope and nature of our coyote population. There's also a form you can fill out, and I'll ask Councilmember Cooper to weigh in.
No, that's exactly what I wanted
On
to
the
say.
website.
People- I should have said, we really do rely on our residents to help us out. I'm glad it's not bothering Dr. Rothman, but it really would be helpful to us if we had the information.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Rothman. Anyone else online for the public comment on this agenda item?
I see no other hands raised.
Close that agenda item and turn to item 7B, which is the city manager report. Mr. Zadek?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lynch. I do have a few announcements. I think will be of general interest to the council and community. This month, our Public Works Director, again, Tony's in the news, met with Fire Marshal Mike Lantier and a landscape main director on West Shore Road. As you know, the city owns and maintains a few hillside parcels above West Shore Road, where the hillside is very steep and full of dense vegetation. The goal is to identify locations that could benefit from this thinning and removal of vegetation, which would reduce our community's risk of fire. We've looped in this effort. Given our proximity to the fire season, we prefer to start work as soon as possible, provided the fire department gives us the green light. If not, we'll have to wait until after the first rain. Given our proximity to the fire station, given our proximity to the fire station season, we will have to potentially wait. However, if we do have to wait, this effort could be done after the first season of storms comes through. And again, the other concern on this hillside is that there could potentially be a geotechnical issue. If we start removing vegetation too aggressively on the hillside, it could create a potential slide. So we are looping in a geotechnical engineer who's going to be right, and will be giving us advice and direction as we start this work. And then more on public works, I do want to point out that our sidewalks are always being improved in Bellevue. Part of the sidewalk management program that the city implements, they surveyed Belvedere's pathways for defects and 35 notices to residents informing them that repairs are needed. Per our municipal code, residents are required to keep the sidewalk of their property in good condition. The city facilitates this work by publicly bidding out the work and offering special contract pricing to residents who want to participate. Alternatively, residents get their own contractors to complete the repair work. The city also uses this time to replace its own sidewalks in parks and other areas. So we do that example. And then switching gears to housing, I do want to use this time to inform you that the Mallard Point project developer intends to resubmit plans for a redesigned building. Contrary to what's been reported in the newspaper, the city is waiting for these revised plans so it can complete its CEQA efforts. However, given the developer's eagerness for a public hearing, we may be scheduling the first of those meetings sooner rather than later. The topic is of interest to you. We'd ask you to sign up for alerts through the city's website and visit the main page for more information. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Zadek. Any counsel for our city manager?
I do have a quick question. Regarding the sidewalk repairs, I thought that in the absence of a entitlement or a permit of a certain size, that the homeowner isn't required to repair the sidewalks. Is that not the case, or are they required to repair them if it's long, if they've longstanding and they don't, and then there's a C in the sidewalk, but they don't have something before the city or are planning to do something.
Yeah, the latter is true. It's part of our pavement maintenance program. Years we go out, we survey the city's sidewalks. We go through this process where we hire a contractor, establish the set pricing, and then mail notices to the residents.
But how is that enforced? How is that their responsibility? I mean, it's not as if they have a revocable license that may or may not, but what's the enforcement
It's established through
mechanism?
the city's ordinance. There's an ordinance in place that simply states it's the maintenance responsibility of the property owner to the sidewalk fronting their property. So rather than us waiting until, let's say there's a trip and fall, which could potentially be a lawsuit against the city and the property owner, many people someone long time ago decided, let's be more proactive about it, and then establish the maintenance program where the city goes out and does the audits.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Zadnik? All right, thank you. We'll open this matter for public comment. Is there anyone here who wishes to this agenda item? I'm not seeing anyone. I'll ask if there's anyone online.
I see no hands raised.
We'll close the public comment. And that brings us to item 7C, which is an interview with Mr. Charlie Harrington, who's here as an applicant for an open position on the Parks and Open Space and Lanes Committee. Charlie, can we ask you to come forward, please, and we should make sure that microphone is on at the podium.
You know.
All right, excellent. Hi, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Glad you could be here.
I'm very happy to be here.
We're delighted you applied. Would you just give us a couple of minutes for folks who might not know you or your background as well?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi, Internet. I am Charlie Harrington. I moved to Belvedere summer with my wife, Carly, and our now 2-year-old daughter, Taby. It was obvious from the start that Belvedere is the most beautiful city in the world. The outside spaces are a major part of that. Our daughter Tavi goes to the playground every day. She's made amazing friends there. We've made them there. And the concert series in the park, it's just, I feel as if Belvedere is set for magic, and the parks are a major part of that. I'm really excited to have this opportunity to contribute back for this generation and the generations after. The lanes were something that caught my attention early. 6 months ago, I organized an informal Belvedere challenge, which attempted to run up and down every single lane in the city. I've subsequently that I've missed a few lanes. Some of those residents were upset. I will be amending that in the future. But yeah, that's something that I wasn't doing because I felt like it was an opportunity to raise awareness and maybe think into restoration of some of those lanes, or at least the signs. Found out about this opportunity. I thought this could be a more direct way of being able to give back. And to the extent the race would require me to recuse myself from some duties, I certainly would do that. I would love to continue to do that race. I'd love to see more people join in the race next year. And yeah, that's it. I'm very happy to opportunity, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for Mr. Harrington at this time?
Only question I have is, do you have to run?
No, in fact, we had a few members who went straight from the start line, skirted around the hills, and went straight to Sam's.
Oh,
It's enable for us.
I'll join in that case.
Okay, great.
Any other questions, please?
I want to thank you for your application. I think you'll be an addition to the committee, and I didn't know about the race. Races might be a scary word. Hear you. But I think there's a lot of people in Belvedere who will enjoy taking part, and our lanes are a great resource for the community. So thank you very, very much for stepping up.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just to echo that same sense of thank you so much for volunteering and the appointments later in the evening. So don't stick around. It'll be a long time, but thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Charlie. Appreciate it. Good to see you. And you can go home and watch on Zoom as you await the
Okay,
returns
great. I'm
of
gonna
the
go
voting.
sweat my way up the lanes now, but thank
Very
you all
well.
very much. Appreciate it. Bye.
We'll open this matter up for public comment. Is there anyone here who wish to address this agenda item? Not seeing anyone. Do we have anyone online who wishes to address this agenda item?
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands raised.
We'll close the public comment and we'll move on to the consent calendar. Item 8. The consent calendar consists of items that the city council considers to be routine or has discussed previously and do not require further discussion. The procedure for this agenda item is discussed in the agenda. We will take public comment before we proceed. Is there anyone here who wishes to address any item on the consent calendar? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online to address the consent calendar?
I see no hands raised.
All right, we'll close the public comment and bring council. Is there anyone on council who wishes to remove any item from the consent calendar? Yes.
I would like to, I have some 8C.
All righty.
Motion to approve the contract amendment for the road maintenance. I think, is that the slurry one? Road maintenance one, or is the pavement rehabilitation the slurry one?
It's the road maintenance.
Okay, okay.
All right, so why don't we,
Can I ask a quick question? Maybe to the city council, didn't we adjust our policy that we can ask questions without removing an item
Yeah, I thought-
by the city council and or the public so that you can address it and then not remove an item? Wasn't that one of our administrative changes about 6 months ago?
Yeah, that's,
I have to confess that may have been before my time, that discussion. I don't recall a discussion about the consent calendar procedure since I've been the city attorney.
I recall that, what
Yeah.
Peter is saying.
I'm just saying, it doesn't need to be right now, but agency perspective, if you could look at that, because this happened a couple of times in meetings where we pull it and then there's one quick question is answered and we vote on the whole thing, where I believe we administratively changed it so you could, public and or the council could ask a question without removing something and then keep it on the consent calendar. It doesn't, we don't need to address it, just put it in the back of your mind.
Thank you for raising the issue. I'll take a closer look.
right, for tonight, let's remove item 8C, that's the sun. All right.
Yes.
From the consent calendar. Anyone else like to remove any items from the consent calendar? All right, so 8C will be removed and taken up next in order. With that revision, is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I move that we adopt the consent calendar items 8A, B, D, E, and F.
Thank you.
I'll second that, noting my abstaining from item 8B as I wasn't here.
Excellent. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The matter passes unanimously. Let's move now and pick up item 8C under the public hearings. I'm not sure we need a report because the report is in the materials, but perhaps Councilmember Cooper, you can ask your question. You can proceed from there.
Thank you. Essentially, my question, when Jim and I held the chat, we had, that was a topic of concern for several of the residents, and I also have got individual questions about the slurry seal, as I know you have. And so I guess my question is about the responsibility of the company that was hired. Is it their responsibility to finish the job to the city's satisfaction, or is it just that they do the work and then it takes those several months for it to sort of calm down, and then things, you move forward. That part of the problem is that a lot of the edges of our streets, because I walk here from my house, and a lot of the edges actually have huge chunks falling off of them, and the edging is crumbling. And I was just curious if there was a response on their part.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Cooper. Tony Boyd, Public Works Director, and we also have Dave Seisel here from our engineering consultancy, and they also were managing this project for us. I haven't heard about chunks falling off the edges of streets, so this is to know. The contractor, to answer your question, contractor absolutely has to complete the project to the city's satisfaction. And in this case, because of questions that were raised after the work was completed, we asked a third party to evaluate the work to give us an assessment on the quality of work. Their assessment was within parameters of a normal application of this material. And so the issues that we have been seeing of marking and there's a lot of gravel that's shedding from the roads. My understanding is that this is for this material unusual. What we can do to improve in our next go around is our I think.
Great.
And the expectation of people whose homes are on these roads, I think could be, we could give them a better expectation. I think a lot of people, when they think of a freshest road, think of a new overlay, an asphalt overlay, which is, beautiful and smooth. And in this case, we had a slurry seal, which doesn't completely, it covers up some of the crevices and cracks that we have in the road, but it's not a smooth. And in the case of this material, the micro seal, there's a period of months after then where we have this kind of looseness and kind of softness feel to it. So that's an expected outcome of the application of this material. So
Thank you.
yeah. In our case, as far as we are aware, the work was done to an acceptable standard. It's the quality of the material in its inherent qualities, I guess, that are the problem for us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
Great explanation.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff about this matter?
Director Boyd, as you talk about the slurry seal, that's a retention of quality for the ongoing services. Is that forever, or as long as the base surface is maintaining itself, or is there you do it 3 times and then you do a full resurface, for example? Is there a master schedule of how that would happen, or is it just, I mean, would we expect at some point resurfacing? Is this sealing going to be the steps going forward?
That's a great question, and it really depends on the road and different factors like drainage under the road, over the road, things like how much sunlight it gets in the daytime, and whether the road is being acted from underneath, for example, by water. So cracks are appearing because of changes the road, or whether the cracks are appearing at the surface because of surface problems. I imagine it would be possible to definitely keep doing slurry seals or micro seals over a road and keep it in sound. But it really just depends on the road. And we actually have a project coming up where we're going to be resurfacing the road on Belvedere between Pine and Beach, because a slurry seal wouldn't be adequate to bring it a drivable surface. Does that answer the question? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions, staff, at this time? All right. We've already had public comment on this matter, so let me just ask if there is any comment before. Hang on a second, Mr. Shen. Do we need to open public comment again?
Yeah, I thought you were going to ask for specific public comment on this.
All right, we'll do
Now
that.
that's been severed from the consent calendar.
Yeah, we did ask for it on the calendar as a whole, but with respect to this agenda item, is there any public comment from anyone here? Not seeing anyone. What about anyone online?
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands raised.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We'll close the and bring it back to council for any further discussion or a motion if we're ready.
I'm happy to make a motion to approve contract amendments for 2022 road maintenance projects.
Thank you. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to the public hearing section of the agenda. Number 9, we've moved 9A towards the end of this meeting, and so we'll move now to item 9B, which is the consideration of recommendations by the Belvedere Historic Preservation Committee and the planning to designate 246 Beach Road as a historic property. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lynch and council members. For your consideration this evening is an application for historic designation for the property located at 246 Beach Road. On April 11th, 2023, the Historic Preservation Committee recommended designating 246 Beach Road as a Belvedere historically designated property. On July 18th, the Planning Commission recommended City Council designate residents at 246 Beach Road as a City of the Belvedere historic property. Title 21 of the Belvedere Municipal Code lists 9 criteria for designating a structure as a landmark. A structure must satisfy 3 or more of the listed criteria to be approved for historic designation. The historic designation survey form prepared by members of the Historic Preservation Committee determined that 240 Beach Road satisfied 7 of the 9 criteria in categories related to architecture, design, history, environment, and integrity. For those reasons, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution approving the designation of the property at 246 Beach Road as a City of Belvedere historic property. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff at this time?
Just one quick question. This designation, there's no expiration of this, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I do. Recently, we've had discussion with council about clarification within our Mills Act ordinance, and if that's pending. I'm correct, Mayor Lynch.
It's being addressed. Yes, being worked on.
And so, so there's a correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. My understanding is there's a two-step process to Mills Act benefits, Mills Act designation. And there's the Mills Act benefits have a time limit. Can't quite remember what it is, 10 years, something like that, 15 maybe, 15, thank you. So is there any if there's no time limit to the historical designation, is there any time after our action tonight that the homeowner would be required to bring Mills Act request, if at all? That's the first half of the question. Well, is there an easy answer to that? Because I haven't half to the question.
My understanding is that they're separate items. There's a historic designation, and then there's and there wouldn't be a time limit or requirement for them to apply for a Mills Act once it's designated.
Okay. Correct that once we designate it as a historic property, in our staff report, it indicates once designated, modifications to a historic property subject to the local Belvedere regulations under the Historic Preservation Ordinance. And the Secretary of Interior standards treatment of historic property. So that sounds to me like there's quite strict limitations on natural changes to the property, even though Mills Act benefits have not begun to accrue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What procedure does the city have to enforce that? Would that just be an element that would come before the planner for, say, a request for an exemption or something that might not even come to the planning commission? How is the city going to track that?
When we get an application from a house that's historically designated, no matter what the application is for, big or small, we'll share the project with the Historic Preservation Committee Chair, who will help kind of give us a guidance on whether or not it meet the requirements of Title 21. Other than that, it's based on the level of the project. So it could be an exemption, or it could be.
Okay, so even in the case of a request for an exemption, that inquiry would take place?
Correct. If it's a, yes.
And does this designation land then? Is there a restriction on title? How does a subsequent purchaser understand that there are limits to what they can do with that property? And the reason I'm asking this is we had this come up once a few years ago.
So it would be listed in the building report. That is in fact a City of Belvedere historically designated property, should the property change hands.
And that forever? Because I
Yes.
just heard that there's no limitation on it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
And just to follow up, and I'll take it a step further than Councilor Kimitzer. Given that a designation is everything and irreversible, are these applicants, does this applicant and potentially 9C as well recognize that there's no guarantee of the Mills Act right now in its current form, and it is being modified to potentially, I heard last week, for those properties that actively participate in rehabilitation, restoration, preservation, and maintenance of their historic properties. So those benefits wouldn't necessarily accrue unless there's actual evidence expenditure on their behalf to maintain that property. So if I were a property owner seeking this designation, I might want to see what that Mills Act looks for getting this irreversible title restriction. And to answer a question further, it's recorded in that register, and any title search and any title insurance policy will uncover that, and the future buyer will see that as a restriction on that property. I just wanted to mention that to the applicant and to them to be aware that this is an obvious first towards that second Mills Act. I mean, correct me if I'm mistaken about this. It's the first step to required for a Mills Act. But in the past, the Mills Act and how we use it is being questioned by this council last month. And it's being reworked on, and the criteria may change going forward.
To answer your question, yes.
Yeah.
They're two separate processes.
Absolutely.
I think it's, we discussed it at the council hearing. I think it was made clear that all Mills Act applications are on hold, on pause right now, while we work on sort of vetting our Mills Act applications and process.
Can I ask one follow-up question, picking some of Mark's comment? Is it in fact irreversible? That is this designation permanent, or can the applicant or a subsequent homeowner designate the property as a historic property in town?
That I am not 100% sure on. If you just give me a moment. I was just conferring.
I believe it goes before the Historical Society, first recommendation, and the Planning Commission again to make a recommendation, the City Council redesignate it. It's a process. It's a reversal of the designation process.
Okay. Are there other questions of staff at this time?
sorry, just to make sure we're all on the same page here. I don't think we have a reversal process here in our code.
So would we have the authority as a city, not necessarily as council, but as a city, probably approved by the council, to put a limit on that? Or once designated, does the property then come within the auspices of and requirements of the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties? The reason I'm asking this is I don't think residents really understand that this is a restriction without necessarily conferring a benefit unless and until they get the use tax benefit from the Mills Act. And if it is permanent, that could really affect property values from a city point of view. See how property may lose some of its historic elements neglect or restriction on reconstructor, fire or flood or some other catastrophe outside the control of the homeowner. So I have some concerns about it, obviously. And I think I would like to find out whether the city has the authority to put some kind of time limit on the designation. If anyone else feels the same way, but it's something I'd like to know more about.
I think we'd have to look and do some research specifically to the CEQA aspect of that. Once something is designated historic, how that parlays with CEQA.
Yeah.
But we certainly could come back with a report.
Yeah,
on that.
Title went into detail about maintenance and improvements and restoration up to and including demolition of a historically designated property, but it typically involves damage due to fire, flood, something like that. So it is a encumbrance property, typically offset by the tax benefit, and that's both of our points, that the offset isn't right there right now, and I may just caution applicant to see exactly what the offset looks like in the future. And I guess my specific question before we get to the comment part of it is, what is the applicant aware of that?
Yeah, sorry, the applicant is aware that I think they have an understanding of what a historic designation is. Secondly, they are also aware that the Mills Act application are on hold.
All right, thank you. We'll open this matter up for public comment. Is there anyone here who wishes this agenda item? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online who wishes to address this agenda item?
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands raised.
All right, we'll close the public comment and bring it to council for discussion. Let me just observe that I share the concerns embed comments by and questions by Council Member Chemnitzer and Mark. I'm glad to hear from our building director that the applicant here is aware of what historic designation means and that they're aware that the Mills Act program right now is paused and is being reworked. I think that's an consideration. I'm glad that got raised. So let me stop there and ask if there are other comments from my colleagues.
I think we're raising some of what people might consider to be the negative aspects of it, but I do think having some of these homes that are designated historic also very good for the city, and we certainly don't want to discourage people from designating their homes. I attend the Historic Preservation Committee meetings as our council representative, and I'm very grateful for that because they really are fascinating, the research that the committee does and the stories that unfold, and you really do wind up having a great interest and feel homes bring a great value to Belvedere. So I want to flip it to a little bit positive that people are doing this.
Thank you. Councilmember Kimmons, any other comments?
No, but I appreciate Councilmember Cooper's balancing this. Certainly very important.
Thank you. Councilmember Vice Mayor Mark.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with that entirely, and certainly it's a more than worthy proper designation. It meets, as you pointed out in your report, 7 of the 8 criteria. So certainly can make the findings and approve. I can findings and approve for the designation. Just wanted to make sure the applicant was aware of the uncertain future.
Let me just add, I think this was a really important discussion. I'm glad that we put the potato on the fork about what it means to get this historic designation. It may or may not imply for a Mills Act tax break. And so we aired that, and I agree with my colleagues. This is an easy property to make the historic designation on, and I would just add that years serving on planning and also serving on this council, I've heard from members of the community that we do more to designate truly historic homes in town as historic so that we can protect them and preserve the character of Belvedere. Exactly the point the council member Coop made. There are many homes in town, but none probably more distinctive than those Heidelberg homes. In fact, the first handful of times that I heard we need to do something about those homes to protect them, it was about the Heidelberg home. I completely and totally commend the owners for seeking this historic designation, and in my view, it's not a close call. So with that, is there a motion on the resolution?
Yes, I can make a motion to approve the Belvedere Historic Preservation Committee's recommendation, and Planning Commission recommendation to 46 Beach Road, a City of Belvedere historic property pursuant to Title 21 of the Belvedere Municipal Code.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it's unanimously. Congratulations. And now to what is originally marked as agenda item 9D, consideration of adopting resolution amending fee schedule, modifying the vehicle charger rates. And do we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lynch. This item on the agenda is, as you said, a modification of the electric vehicle charging rates for Belvedere. In 2015, the city installed 2 stations downstairs, and we established a 25 cent per kilowatt hour fee in 2018, and again amended that fee in 2021 to address an issue where people were idling or leaving their vehicles well beyond after they finished charging. So kind of a courtesy fee that was built in there. What's coming before you today is a recommendation to amend those rates just based on the increasing costs of electricity PG&E is charging us, and also the costs that are passed through Deep Green as well, which is a program that participates in swapping clean energy for dirty sources of energy like natural gas and coal burning plants. The rates that are being proposed today are also within a time of use charge, meaning that there are peak, part peak, and then off peak charges. Those rates depending on when you're charging. The same rates apply to the City Hall building and any residential structure, really. So the time at which you use appliances and the bulk of your electricity in your home costs more depending on when other people are using that electricity as well. So the two, including the those peak, part peak, and off peak charges, which are higher than they were previously. Some maintenance repair charges for the stations, and also a monitoring fee charge for the stations. It works out to be approximately 43 watts an hour. from 25 cents a kilowatt hour. The actual fees based on the time of use charges are stated in the attached master schedule of fees. In the far right column, you can see that there's 3 new fees that are being 47 cents for prime peak, if you want to call it that, 42 cents for that mid peak, and then for the off peak time, it'd be 40 cents per kilowatt hour. So the resolution for you today with those rates, they take effect within 60 days. That's all I have, unless there's questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for staff?
I have lots of questions tonight. Robert, just real quick, do you have any stats on the idling fee, which just might indicate, requiring greater communication or signage of some sort?
Yeah, there's an option and it has a dashboard, a digital dashboard. We can log in, we can see the performance of the stations. And if a user wants to comment, let's say their excessive idling fee and they thought it was not proportional to to the service, they could comment that this fee is too high. We don't receive those types of things. I've never seen anything on there where somebody has commented negatively about that. Does that?
It does. I'm thinking more just our stats itself. If we have any ability to see when idle fees are incurred, just because someone might not see their credit card, they may not look at it or have a know that they charge $35, for leaving the car an hour longer, or a few hours longer. I'm just wondering that if it might not be a bad thing to monitor care of, so that if we do see a lot of these idling charges, we might want to make sure we put the proper signage up or let people know that in fact there's.
That's my understanding, and also my understanding for use the charge point network is that when you click on a specific charge, it will give you the time of use charges for when you're going to be charging. It'll also give restrictions, or in this case, an idling fee as well. But you're right, we can drill down into that dashboard and find out if that's been an issue with the community.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this time? One quick question, Robert. I assume that the fees that we're proposing here have been calibrated to capture actual direct costs, maintenance costs, and also the monitoring costs.
That's correct.
All
Yes.
right. And then, so what do we do then if the kilowatt hour charges go up from the provider?
So if the charges go up, yeah, that was a conversation that if you look in the recommendation, it actually states that from time to time, those charges can be automatically adjusted for increases in electric rates, maintenance program costs, and replacement costs. Our intention was not to come back to City Council every 4 months or even sooner if change, we'd be able to make those hopefully on the fly.
Oh, it's right there in the last paragraph. So if I just read that, I'd have that answer. Okay, thank you. All right, let's open it up for public comment. Any comments from anyone here on this agenda item? And do we have any comments from folks online?
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands raised.
All right, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to council for any further discussion or a vote.
Yes, my question was, I actually did underline that in the recommendation, but didn't see a solution. Could we have an opinion of does the resolution 2023-34 capture the recommendation that was discussed that allows staff to automatically adjust it? I think Mayor Lynch's point is well taken. This is the kind of thing we would like to just be able to have done at the staff level and not have to come back each time. So perhaps it's in there, and otherwise it should be in there.
Councilmember Kemnitzer, thank you so much for raising that point. We're happy to amend the resolution to make that point crystal clear.
Thank you.
That would preference. Thank you.
So I would move with that amendment that is reflected on page 3 of the staff report, last paragraph, that we adopt resolution 2023-34.
Is there a second? Those in favor, aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Councilmember Kemminster, thank you for gap in the resolution. Takes a village to get these things right. Much appreciated. We will move on then to item 10, other scheduled items, and we'll begin with item 10A to receive a report on the traffic safety improvement project, San Rafael Avenue at City Hall. Mr. Boyd, do we have a staff report, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. As you will recall, on April 10th, the council meeting, City Council reviewed design alternative for traffic safety improvement projects in front of City Hall. That's the intersection of San Rafael Avenue, Laurel. And council provided feedback and direction to staff on the recommended alternative. And since staff has worked with David Parisi and his team at Parametrics Engineering to make changes possible. David is with us tonight, and he'll be walking us through the updated design, as well as discussing some of the design elements and taking questions. So over to David Parisi. Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm David Parisi, a civil engineer and traffic engineer with Parametrics. Also Marin rep for 25 years, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here at your April hearing, but I'm here tonight to take you through some of the changes that we've made to address some of your questions and concerns. As you know, we were asked to take a look at this intersection for a number of purposes. First off, to calm traffic a bit. There's 4 legs at the intersection. 3 have stop signs. 1 does not. There are no blocks. There's parking pretty much right within the intersection, and a lot of cyclists through the area as well. Tonight, I'm going to quickly cover some of the existing conditions about the intersection, some previous considerations that we looked at, some changes that have been made since that time to address your concerns that were expressed in April. Existing conditions, this is an area looking straight down at the intersection. As I mentioned, there's 4 legs at the intersection. 3 of the approaches have stop signs. The only one that doesn't is San Rafael Avenue, westbound San Rafael Avenue. There's school bus stops here. There's a couple ADA parking spaces and regular parking space diagonally coming right into this location. As I mentioned before, there are no marked crosswalks, and there's turns with sight lines through the intersection, as well as cyclists riding through here without stopping. The current conceptual plan is slightly different than what you looked at before. There's been several changes that have been made. You can see right at City Hall, the angled parking spaces have been converted to 2 parallel parking spaces, offset from the traffic lane by about 3 feet, which is because that provide a little buffer space. The ADA parking would be relocated right down below us, a little bit safer application. There's also the what's shown on here would be at least one of the parking spaces could have a green zone or a short-term parking in front of it. We also previously showed a out on the what would that be, the southeast corner of Laurel and Acacia. That was to provide a ADA compliant curb ramp, much easier to construct in the future, to make it compliant with all the grades and all the requirements to meet Americans with Disabilities Act, than not bulbing it out. But we've pulled it back it would be possible to still provide a curb ramp at that location. And we are showing that in this diagram. I also want to point out that current regulations require at intersections such as this with stop controls that no parking is allowed within 20 feet of the intersection. We are showing, by the way, another stop sign on San Rafael Ave northbound. So it would be a full four-legged all-way stop control intersection. So the visibility, the reason for not allowing parking right near your intersection is for visibility, not just for allowing, understand the right of way from one motorist to another, but pedestrians as well. We previously showed completing the sidewalk gap 85 feet along the east side avenue approaching San Rafael. There is a sidewalk that goes up Laurel. And the intent of this was actually to integrate the entire plan. As you'll see, there is also a crosswalk that is proposed across San Rafael Avenue with a new curb ramp right near City Hall. And it's a best practice as well as design guidance. You do provide a crosswalk. You provide an accessible path of travel, a complete accessible path of travel, so that there's not a path to nowhere. And this is for you or me, but also disabled people, sight impaired folks that understand if they're crossing a crosswalk, they can really get from one compliant sidewalk to another without being stranded in the middle of the intersection. So that was the intent of providing not the crosswalk across Laurel to be the companion crosswalk for that one across Avenue, but also providing gap closure in the sidewalk along Laurel Avenue. So that's the integrated plan that we've come back with. I wanted to present that to you tonight. I know there was some questions about, gee, would it be possible to kind of phase it? Do we really need the crosswalk across Laurel Avenue and a curb ramp and providing the sidewalk? Like I mentioned before, is a best practice for somebody, for instance, that's vision impaired. They certainly want to know when they hit the truncated domes that they're safe, that they're with the road. They get to the truncated domes across the street, they're in a safe haven. You go across another crosswalk, truncate the domes, across the street, you're in the street, you get to a curb ramp, ADA compliant curb ramp, and now you're in, again, an accessible pathway. So we did show, however, the possibility of phasing it, and that is doing everything except the crosswalk across Laurel Avenue and the sidewalk gap. And this would be council decision if you choose to do this. Again, it's not a best practice. We would not recommend it because the possibility of having a incomplete pathway, actually calling it a partial pedestrian route. However, if this was pursued over time, a fully out could be added. That is the pieces shown here along Laurel Avenue. And just to reiterate, controlled intersections, the regulations are to provide at least 20 feet of no parking in front of the crosswalks and stop bars. And that can be done with red curb or curb bulbs in different types of ways. So that concludes my quick presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Parisi. Do we have questions for David?
Just to clarify your comment, no parking 20 feet from the intersection.
Yeah.
That's in front of it towards the middle of the intersection. It's not behind it.
It's behind it as well.
I mean, that would seem to invalidate a lot of the existing parking here.
Correct.
Right. So that's for a developed intersection or any intersection, no matter what.
The regulations for the California Manual and Uniform Traffic Control Device be for at the stop controlled intersections 20 feet before and after. Parking within the middle of intersection unique, still allowed right in front of City Hall, but just before the stop bar and after the intersection, 20 feet is the regulation for not allowing parking.
So if we were, but the parallel spaces in front of City Hall, why is that allowed? Because it's offset?
Because it's within the middle of the intersection. You do see this, it's unique. You know, it's something that's not a best practice, but You know, it's also not blocking a crosswalk with a car that's parked in there, whereas, or a sight line, and those are offset and backed.
Yeah, well, I mean, that seems to be inconsistent because it's within 20 feet of you know, the intersection. So if we were to do the North Enfield Avenue and the Laurel Avenue intersections, you'd have to paint red stripes 20 feet from that intersection.
Yeah, or construct the bulb out, which is sometimes what's used, or a combination of both. And if I go back to existing conditions, without stating the obvious, under current conditions, there should be no parking within 20 feet of the intersection as well. So that's just the current regulations. This is not a unique intersection. This is all over Marin, all over the state of California. A lot of cities are starting to develop their own daylighting regulations. This is called daylighting. Some cities are actually going beyond the 20 feet, again, in the name of vehicular, bicyclist, and pedestrian safety.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time?
I feel like I have so many. Once today there was a huge pickup truck parked to be at City Hall. And obviously it stuck out into San Rafael Avenue. Are these parking spaces I don't see a length given. I see the width. Are they long enough to fit an oversized truck?
Under the proposed plan,
Yes.
we're showing, again, if the ADA space is not provided there, but is provided down below here, we're showing equivalent about 2.5 parking spaces. Could be repurposed. One space could be a normal size space, one for a little bit longer. I do have to say though, a truck would take up most of that zone.
Yeah, I didn't mean a delivery truck. It was a construction worker's truck.
Okay. Yeah, like a large pickup truck. Or
Like a
something.
large pickup. And so it's stuck way out into San Rafael Avenue. And at first I was hoping that we could actually keep the parking there by moving the ADA below and changing the ADA into a regular parking space. But if large pickups park there often, because it is mostly construction people that come in and go all the time here, then
Yeah,
I can.
Those diagonal spaces that are there just meet the minimum standard today. So any oversized vehicle that's more than 18 long is going to stick into traffic.
Right. Yeah. Okay. But you're saying these spaces would fit a pickup truck, largish.
Yeah, if you look at this plan, which was developed with an ADA space in mind, but then converted, there's a possibility of taking that a little bit to have one standard space, one maybe a little bit longer.
Okay.
For ease of getting in and out.
Yeah. Okay. I know you said the school bus stops here, but where does it stop right now? I didn't see that on the existing. Do you know where it stops on the existing?
I think, Tony, you may know
Yeah.
more than me. We need for it to stop.
I've seen it stop just right in the middle of the intersection. There's no sign, there's no sort of designated spot for it.
Okay.
So just behind the diagonal parking spaces, the bus
Okay.
up and kind of moves over slightly.
Okay.
Can I just respond, since I have picked up
Okay.
a small child from the bus? I think the benefits of the current concept is that large pickup trucks will not extend into the intersection, because I've seen the school bus struggle to get around those oversized vehicles and drop the children off. So this would provide flush parking rather than diagonal, and then provide the school bus stop next on a sidewalk next to the crosswalk, which is a huge, in my view, a huge safety improvement. Do we know the no regulation from Safe Routes to School that the bus would have to stop behind the stop sign? The school bus is allowed to. Can you forward at that limit line into the intersection? I assume that that's been checked.
Yeah, I work on the Safe Routes to School program.
Right. I know you
and,
do it.
taking a look at
Very
this.
grateful.
So two things on those two issues. The parking, instead of 8 feet back, would be 11 feet back, so an extra buffer area. And then the bus stop would be located between that northern parking space and the crosswalk.
Mhm.
Yellow school buses have the stop paddles. They're infrequent. We think this is a much safer spot, especially stop with a sidewalk area for the students congregate on.
And the students exit the buses now all at the front of the bus. There's no midsection, so the driver getting out right there.
Yes,
I
and they'll
think-
keep the stop.
Yeah, thank you
paddle
very
out.
much for that thoughtful concept.
Further questions?
Well, does Sanderfell Avenue on the west side? Does that become more narrow in your new version than what it is now? I didn't understand what it said, 11 feet wide, 11 wide for each lane. And then it says 6 feet. What is the 6 feet?
Oh, okay. So on the north side there.
Oh,
So
I don't know. I don't know directions.
yeah,
so-
I'd say north is to the left is how I'm classifying it, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah, so 11-foot traffic are normal size traffic lanes.
okay.
And the 6 foot there is for the offset for the, so we on the west side of the street to provide the truncated domes and the handicap accessibility in that area. So it'd be pushed
Oh,
out
so
just,
it's all moving out.
not very much, because if you look real closely, you see where it says stop.
Yeah.
In black, it's right next to where it says stop. So it's really about the same alignment. We're just trying to shave it like a foot over for that bulb out.
Okay, somebody else can take a turn.
All right, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Bard.
Just real quick, on the east side, you just said that the normal width of a lane is feet. Given that the east side is 12.5 for each, would there be any advantage shifting that 2.5, 3 feet south in the plan to more room to those parking spaces?
That can be done. You
Yeah,
mean for
but I
those
mean-
12.5 feet?
Because I hate the idea of losing parking space there. And I think that those horizontal ones are very cumbersome because you can only get it if you're coming from the east. And you're going to create a loop around Community Road and people doing U-turns and just, I think that's actually creating a problem. The exception of the north side, you can pretty much park in front if you come from the other three of the four of the fortunes. Where now it's really only one direction where it works of the four. So people are going to be doing these turns because they don't want to go around Community Road or turn around at the yacht club. And I'm wondering if you can make those spaces more functional, more safe by shifting that eastern side down 2.5, 3 feet, extending more sidewalks so you have deeper, better angled slots in there.
I see what you're saying. Retain the angled spaces by moving the line a bit. Well, there's a couple other things too. We're trying to ADA compliant sidewalk in front of City Hall by pulling the curb out because it's not compliant currently. So that provides that opportunity.
But the ADA sidewalk is only required if you have the crosswalks across the northern side of the street and potentially Laurel.
Different things. Before I was mentioning just the crosswalks, but now I'm mentioning the sidewalk in front of City Hall.
No, I see that. I'm saying if you don't have I'm just saying you have the crosswalk going across the the northern side of Centerville Avenue and potentially the you wouldn't need the ADA going left in the plan because there's a staircase there. There's nowhere to go.
Sure. Yeah, if you got rid of the crosswalk across San Rafael Avenue, we
So
could.
the value, I mean, the reason you require and would want the ADA sidewalk is for the crosswalk crossing Centerville Avenue.
Yeah, everything becomes, it's like domino.
No, I understand.
So we're trying to create a ADA compliant condition, not just for crossing the street, but also walking in front of City Hall. But what you said is possible, something that could be looked at. I will say that parallel parking spaces are safer than angled because it's an angled blend. But when you pull out, your sightlines can be constrained. And we most likely have to move the new stop bar in San Rafael further to the down the road
To the right.
to allow the car to back out.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Have you studied that stop sign and that stop line? It would appear to me if not for potentially lines, it would be more effective further back down the road to the right. No.
No, we wanted to get it, we try to get everything as close as possible for sight lines and also turning movements. Down San Rafael, it goes down the hill. Further you go to the right.
Yeah,
This plan-
yeah,
this plan,
yeah.
More sight lines are constrained. And we
Yeah.
definitely want to make sure the drivers can look at each other and know who has the right of way
Mhm.
without being too far up from each other.
Can I ask, David, with respect to this proposal on page two, comparing it to page 3, which lacks the work across Laurel, what is the price differential there? You've got 257 grand for option 2, right? What's the incremental difference?
I didn't come prepared with the numbers. Can you help me on that? You have that in front of you?
Yeah, if you give me a minute, I'll take a look at the
Yeah, sorry about that.
estimate.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that.
Well, there's an estimate in the last page of our materials, which itemizes 24 line items, but I couldn't tell in that which of these was dedicated to the Laurel work.
Yeah, that was for the full, it's for the full cost. So would be less than that. I don't know if I brought the breakdown. At least $50,000 to $70,000 left. Yeah, if I had to estimate just off the cuff.
As long as we're talking about cost, I had a question. There's a separate cost for removing the flagpole and the hydrant. Are those necessary for this project? Or
I just
As-
think of
aesthetic-
an activity here, but you probably see the plan in front of you. Yeah, to
Yeah.
provide a walkway, if to the pole, that big base
yeah,
is right in the way with enough, it wouldn't provide the right amount of clearance.
I see. Okay.
So we want to preserve it. Of course, it's part of the city hall.
Seemed like a huge expense to move it. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Lane, to your question, I chatted real briefly with Tony here. I don't think we have that level of detail that shows a scaled back design cost for the project. Agree with David, though. I think it'd be somewhere in the realm of 50 to 70,000. There's a significant amount of concrete work, demolition, and reshaping that corner that's on the opposite side of Laurel Lane
Okay,
that we wouldn't have to do if we took out
great, thank you.
the scaled back project. Yeah.
Do we have further questions of Mr. Priest, your staff at this time?
I have a question for our staff, and I'm not sure, Tony, or maybe Helga. You mentioned under the fiscal impacts, the $6,000 from the Transportation Authority. Is that conditioned upon our expending of this amount? I guess my point is, are we getting that whether we spend the 211 or not? I mean, does it need to be added?
It's based on the project. So the type of project. So no, it's not based on the 211.
So if we were to change the scope of the project, would that arguably be less?
No.
Okay.
Could I ask that question in a slightly different way? Did we make a grant request for that amount of money from Measure B funds based on the entire project?
We made that request based on the project itself, not based on the cost of the project.
So if we were to change the scope of the project, that grant money could conceivably be at risk.
That's as long as it's a bicycle or pedestrian related project, the Measure B funds do allow for that.
Do allow for what?
Oh, so they do allow for those fund main on this project. So we would not lose these funds if you change the scope of the project, as long as it was related to bicycle or pedestrian changes.
All right, thank you. Do we have for right now for Mr. Parisi or staff? All right, why don't we, thank you very much. We may have some further questions, but thank you. Why don't we open this up for public comment? Is there anyone here who wishes to address this item? Thank you. Please come forward and.
Can you put it back up on the screen?
I think Ms. Cotter is going to do that.
Can you tell us your name and address while we're waiting for this to come up, please?
My name is Matt Kudo. I live at 1 Laurel Avenue. Could you put the vertical plan up from the top? That's good, thank you. So we live at 1 Laurel Avenue, which is on the corner, their left corner. I think it's north, but I think you call it west. I don't know. And I've been talking to Anthony quite a bit, and I just need to say it again. That's a property line. That double dash line is a property line, and it goes through the roof of our house. So that makes turned as to where San Rafael Avenue, the dimensions of San Rafael Avenue are. Our house was put there in 1896, and we know that it's close to the edge of the road. So it's very important to me that you have a survey done so you know exactly where the property line. I've also told Anthony that because of a previous survey that they'd done by a neighbor down the street who's moved, I went out and spoke to the surveyor who was doing the survey, and he told me that we had built some side of our house. Well, nothing's been built on the side of our house. It's the same as it was in 1896. And he was saying our house was over the property line. So anyway, we got very concerned about that, and a friend of mine came up and we did a search for a property pin, which we found in my driveway. And that property pin changed the survey that had been done. So I just want to emphasize that. If you're going to draw a property line, I'm an engineer. If you draw a double dash line, that's a property line. It's going through the roof of my house. So I think Patsy has something else that she wants to talk about.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Kudo. I also live at 1 Laurel Avenue. As we expressed last time, we're concerned about the parking issue because the contractors all park in front of our house. So taking 2 to 3 parking spaces is a lot. You know, we do much better since bridge has gotten smaller down below. But so parking is a real issue where we live because they don't want to park here and walk right in. So the fewer spots we can lose, the better. I also have concern that I hadn't spoken to Anthony, but I just noticed today about the drainage. I know the potential not on this map, on the other map, there's potential drainage for coming down the street. When it rains really heavily, it comes down Laurel Avenue like a river around our corner, and there's a drain about 2 houses down. A few years back, when they repaved the road, we had like a little valley drain by our driveway that water would go right by. But when they repaved it, they made it flat, and we asked them to fix that. And they said, oh, no, it was always like this, and we lost the battle. So my concern is when that bulb out comes and the woods around. Now, this one doesn't show the bulb out. Can you get bulb out up?
See if I can do that. I can do that.
I'm concerned the water's gonna come around the bulb out and go right into my driveway.
They show a drainage there, but
It says
when it really
potential-
rains, it's a torrent coming down Laurel. And the way it drains now, is it goes right around Laurel Avenue onto San Rafael down, okay? You have a really big drainage thing there to catch that water. So what's gonna happen is, or if it gets clogged, it's gonna go right over the top of that bulb out.
Yeah, that's the other concern. Goes over the bulb or around. Right now, in heavy rains, we get a small puddle in our driveway. But I'm concerned with, it's hard to tell from these maps. I know Tony said it's gonna go from AT&T plate is around the corner. But so that's my concern when it's all said and done with the final drawing, how big it is. And, you know, how it's gonna, our drainage, as well as the loss of parking, as well as I'm concerned about our hedge getting trimmed up. We have a hedge stop sign, and our property line's right there, so I'm concerned that we may end up losing some of our hedge. So property lines are really important to us, important, and parking is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here who wishes to address this agenda item? Not seeing, is there anyone online who wishes to address this item?
Mayor, no hands raised.
All right, thank you. We'll close the public comment and bring it back for commentary.
Alec, would you mind leaving that up? Is that possible? Thank you.
Could I ask Councilmember Kevin, sir, if you'd like to begin?
Yes, thank you. I want to note, I'm the council representative to the Transportation Authority. I thank Tam for offering the Measure B funds. And thanks staff for seeking funding opportunity. I think that the plan has gone through quite a number of iterations, and what I have, we've lived here since 1986, and recently I've seen more and more young children coming down in strollers, going to the park, which is full these days, and both in terms of the bus stop at this intersection and the availability of a crosswalk to take children to the park. I think that the current conceptual plan is a good one, and would support that.
Thank you. How do you feel about, thank you. How do you feel about the proceeding without the Laurel crosswalk?
Yeah, I do want to just add gratitude toward Mr. Parisi, who council may not know, serves all of Marin, really has been a great resource to the transportation. I'm glad that you contributed your expertise to this. I think it makes more sense, although it is more expensive. At the present time, I think it makes total sense to have an integrated plan from a safety point of view, from a service point of view, not only for the children, but we're also so involved this council in our age-friendly Belvedere program. We really want to have a walkable community for all ages. And look at this plan in order to have Belvedere Island part of a walkability for seniors as well as for young families. It seems to me that we need the integrated plan. So I would go forward. I am glad to hear that the TAM funds, the 36,000, that's substantial, would be available if we were to phase this but we should also be cognizant that those funds are then not available for the phase two. So that could be short-sighted if we were to phase it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mark?
Thank you. I'm mostly concerned about those parks in the sense that I see it causing more trouble than and more problems than what the current experience is. I absolutely support the move ADA spot down below and making that area more accessible. I personally know about it doesn't not parallel park in any circumstance. They will walk farther because they don't want to parallel park. And I can see people struggling to park there and blocking up the intersection and people going around them and creating more of a nuisance, more of a hassle, and more of a safety concern. Where you don't have that concern with pull-in slot. So that's a concern of mine, and I think I understand the ADA pathway around, but I think we're creating more problem there that will. I can just see a bus coming, stopping there, someone trying to back in and park, and the bus is waiting, and the kind of maneuver around that, and so I'm concerned about that. I've got my finance hat on. I don't know that there's a huge benefit to the crosswalk on Laurel, and I can see the benefit of saving some money there. I don't know that that's really creating too much value as you get over to the ADA compliant sidewalk on the other side, which you can't go further east in the plan, and as you go north, it segues down to a non-ADA compliant sidewalk further up, and again, and then it stops about 4/5 the way up the street, which again is sort of concern. I'll hear the rest of the city council. I'm generally okay with it. I think this 90% of this plan is the stop sign. I'd say 90% of the plan is the stop sign in front of City Hall and the crosswalk on the other side of Centerville. And the other stuff, which is a lot of expense, I see as the 10% of the plan.
Thank you. Councilor.
Well, I agree about the parking. As I said earlier, I was hoping that would somehow figure out a way to keep the pull-in parking and actually gain another space. I don't mean to sound as if I'm not supportive in any way, but considering that we're essentially relocating our ADA residents or visitors to below thing. And I understand that there's an elevator in the police department. And they would then elevator to come up. So they're not really even coming near the front of City Hall. They're coming through down below. So I'm wondering why that new sidewalk would have to be ADA unless you just have to always make every new sidewalk. So I'm assuming that's the reason. I absolutely support the new stop sign, and I've been thinking a lot about this. I think in some of your explanation, Mr. Parisi, you said the crosswalk needs to go somewhere, but honestly, there is no there. There's nothing here. You're not going anywhere. You would wind up having no sidewalk to go down Santa Fe Avenue if you cross over to Laurel, across Laurel toward Acacia. It doesn't go anywhere. I personally think we should have the stop sign. I think most of our stop signs in Belvedere do not have crosswalks in front of them. And I think pedestrians, it's understood that when a car is stopped, if there's a pedestrian there, that they have the right of way. And I would vote to only put the stop sign in and not do either crosswalk. And I prefer seeing the bus stop at the new stop sign. rather than cross into the middle of the section and block everything. So if it's, we actually have a cutout sidewalk there already, according to this plan. And I think stopping there makes it nice and easy. Kids could walk along the new sidewalk and go downstairs to the park or cross in front of the stop sign, which is what happens right now. I worry about the bikes actually with all these crosswalks and potentially making the streets more narrow. I think we need wide streets because we do have so many bicyclists. So those are pretty much my comments.
Thank you. Any of the comments that my colleagues have voiced. I also want to thank Mr. Parisi for the hard work and Mr. Boyd. I thank the Crudos from One Laurel for their input, which is extremely helpful. And I want to note that we did receive a letter from Linda Bine, who expressed her preference for a stop sign solution, but none of the other work. And I wanted to note that that's in the record. I was persuaded at our April hearing by Councilmember Kevin Sir of having a crosswalk across San Rafael. So I'm sold on that. I agree that the biggest virtue here is the stop sign in front of City Hall. I'm less enamored and persuaded by the need for a crosswalk across Laurel, although I appreciate that it is the best practice. And I share the comments that it sure would be swell if we could keep the host parking spots. Although I hear Mr. Parisi, they are also disfavored in the industry. I think as a practical matter, as Vice Mayor Mark pointed out, the way the spots get used, they would be rendered more or less useless to anyone approaching City Hall from anywhere other than the southeast. So we have before us a resolution that asks us to approve with guidance the design. And I'm not certain where we are. If we can do that, I sure would hate to ask Mr. Boyd and Mr. Parisi to go back to the drawing board again. But I think I'm hearing a lack of uniform support for the concept at page 204 as it was presented tonight. So it's there's a motion to ask them to go back to the drawing board with accepting the and trying to do something with it. But I'm open to ideas from my colleagues.
Can I ask a further question? Do you think there is a viable plan, which gets to Mayor Lynch's direction going forward? Do you think there's a viable plan that would have some form of the angled parking retained for 2 or 3 slots? I mean, if it's not a possibility, we don't want to give that direction going back.
Maybe a possibility for two slot, probably not 2 slots included an ADA slot.
No. I mean, keeping the ADA low, that makes sense.
If we impact the curb or put in the crosswalks, we felt it was very important to create an ADA travel also along the City Hall side of San Rafael Avenue where the sidewalk is currently. That's why we also showed flagpole being relocated. We could take another look and see if it's possible to retain angled spaces. I heard possibly the desire of pulling them in. I don't think them in any further, but Councilmember Mark, you had a suggestion earlier about maybe narrowing the lanes coming up the street, right? It'd be a way to provide a buffer in that regard. So that's something we could take a look at for sure.
I think what Vice Mayor Mark is getting to, which I agree with, and you perhaps tell us after some further noodling whether it works. We'd be taking 3 diagonal spots,
right? Yeah.
Moving the 80 spot down below here. So now we've got 2 spots, and what we want to do is have a curb and ADA compliant curb ramp, right? Question is, can we take 3 existing diagonal slots, turn them into 2 diagonal slots, and still accomplish a ADA compliant ramp?
For the
Yeah.
For the parking, for the walkway in front to the crosswalk?
I think so. Yeah.
Another just question is the, speaking of historical designations, is the deck of City Hall off limits from a modification perspective, either from a perspective or from a cost perspective?
I don't think historic perspective. I think from a cost perspective, it'd be prohibitive to start digging into that. There's a lot of weatherproofing and other structures that we'd be getting into, not to mention the police department and the community center, which is actually carved in. And that's raised above the sidewalk.
Well, maybe we can consider direction to explore retaining two desk spots. And we can take another look at this, and maybe with a cost breakdown for incrementally what would be saved or avoided by not doing the Laurel crosswalk.
As an add-on, sure.
Yeah, and it's interesting, just question. Is there any reason why these diagonal spots need to go from left to right in this plan? I mean, you would think if you kept if 2 to 3 diagonal spots, or 2 in this case, going the other way, you'd protect the bus a little better. And you would lose the access to it, the slots from the east, but nonetheless, you would still have it from the other 3 locations.
Do you mean changing the angle of the spaces?
Literally flipping them horizontally. I'm just saying because that gives you more space to potentially ADA compliant pathway to coupled with maybe moving the eastern road south in the plan a bit.
So 2 things on that. If those were reoriented, they'd be an invitation for people going head in, coming south on the street, right, and then backing out against traffic, if I'm understanding your question.
But you're backing into traffic either way.
But not into the opposite lane of travel, right? So does that make sense? That said, this is going to be hard to believe, but angled parking spaces, head-in angled parking spaces are less safe than parallel. This is showing that, but there's a new foot of doing angled parking spaces that are backing in to. Those are much safer than both parallel and head-in parallel angled parking spaces. You'll see these popping up all around Marin, San Jose, Selma, in Middle Valley. And
With like signage, is that how you
do it with signage and training? And you know what it is a motorist needs to go a little bit past the space, and then they back in. Very safe. On the way out, they're already looking at traffic because they're head out. So that could be if you reverse the angle, I would consider making them back in angle parking spaces.
Well, I agree with Mayor Lynch that I hate to send this back and reevaluate it. I just don't know. We certainly don't have a consensus here.
Yeah, I think we're struggling to get, majority vote here to spend 250 grand on this design. And I think it would be, if my colleagues agree, I think it would be good to see if we can get an incremental cost breakdown for the Laurel Ave crosswalk and work in maybe 1 or 2 different options for how to preserve 2 diagonal spots there, whether angled as they are now or angled the other way with back-end parking.
We could just, that's a sub option that'd be easy to, both of those would be easy to sketch out.
Is it allowed to have a council member volunteer to work with Tony and consult?
Consulting costs go way up.
That sounds like Vice Mayor Mark may be interested.
If it gives additional feedback, I'm happy to do it. I'm sure other council members may as well. I don't mean together, but at one time.
I think it would be helpful, for sure. Yeah.
Well, if that,
I have been working and I understand the differences of opinion and can certainly convey those to save some time bringing someone else up to speed. But I completely understand the concerns raised here, and I'm happy to continue working on it.
Terrific. Thank you. And in all events, I don't know if that gives sufficient guidance, but in all events, I think we need to be mindful of the comments from the Crudos at One Laurel about property lines, drainage, and the concerns. Is there anything else in this, or does that conclude the matter? That does it.
I'm sure these drawings come from a GIS database.
Yeah, they're done in AutoCAD.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You may just want to see if the property owner has a survey, and you can just reference it and double check that.
Sure, be happy to, we use Marin Map GIS system for the right of way line.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So,
Thank you.
motion to continue, I guess we need, or do we not? Or do we need?
Do we need a motion?
We need votes for anything?
Yeah,
No?
I think we can just, that was a helpful discussion, though.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the hard work. Right, that brings us to item B, which is consideration of a revocable license for private improvements on city lands adjacent to Beach Road for the property at 147 Beach Road, and do a staff report, please.
Thank you again, Mayor Lynch and members of council. For your consideration this evening, revocable license application from 147 Beach Road for private improvements on public land adjacent to Beach Road. This presentation will be background of the application, provide an analysis of the current project, and include staff's recommendation to City Council. The project site contains an existing 3-foot fence that borders the property and encroaches onto city land into Beach Road. In 2016, the site was granted a revocable license for various improvements on city land, including this existing fence. On August 2nd, 2023, staff approved the design review exception to replace portions of the existing fence head with a 6-foot tall wood fence. Design and color of the fence would be similar to the existing, with vertical 1x4 wood pickets in a white color. The project would include landscaping within the fence line adjacent to Lower Woodland Lane on the recommended uphill neighbor at 242 Bayview Avenue. The property owner has agreed to maintain the Myrika, California at a height to be determined. In accordance with section 11 of the city's administrative policy manual, a revocable license for private use of public property may be granted at the discretion of when there is some public benefit, some benefit to the public. As mentioned, a 6-foot tall fence would be constructed in place of the existing 3-foot tall fence. Taller fence will help to deter deer, which frequently jump into the property owner's yard. When startled, the deer jump from the yard and onto the adjacent Woodland Lane or down onto Beach Road, which may cause injury to pedestrians or automobiles. In staff's opinion, the project benefits the public as the proposed landscaping will enhance the aesthetic appeal of the private and public land, and the 6-foot tall fence would act as a barrier protecting pedestrians from potential. As a result, staff recommends that council approve the request for a revocable license at 147 Beach Road. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for staff at this time?
I just have a technical question similar to Councilmember Kimmer's question about previous item. On the last page of your staff report, page four, future improvements that could be approved administratively or through the planning design review, which would be considered in the revocable license. Since I didn't that in the license anywhere as a condition. So where you say that the new revocable license, any future improvements, I read that pretty thoroughly. I couldn't find where it references that in the license. So I just want to make sure that you get that in there and a match.
Okay, we will to the conditions.
Thank you.
Any questions of staff? Councilmember Cooper? Sure.
I have to admit, I did not come from planning as my other three colleagues did. So all of this is challenging for me to analyze. Does this revocable license then include all the previous ones? So it all becomes one with including all these other previous ones?
Yes, it would include all the existing improvements in the public land.
Okay. Like I said, the whole thing is always difficult for me because encroachment to me means you're something over. Revocable means you could give it back easily. So it seems like it's the reverse, and this should be called encroachment. The other stuff should be called revocable, but it is so. Is as part of a revocable license, is the owner who gets that license responsible for keeping up the property, the city property that they now have their license over?
Yes,
And yet I'm confused. Is the land also supposed to have public access, which I read somewhere in revocable licenses? So I don't know. None of that makes any sense to me. I don't know how a property owner can be responsible for property have public access to it. So maybe I'm misreading this whole thing, which is very likely. But in any case, so this new fence would go all the way down the stair to that grassy area, and then where it takes that odd shape and goes around the grass. And it would all 6 feet tall, except for the little walk arbor things. They would be taller, obviously.
that's correct. And the arbor is on the private property.
Oh, okay, that is on the property.
And
So,
yeah.
okay. That's it. then.
And the portion we're actually only reviewing is the U-shape, the oddly shape on the right-hand side of their drawing there. Correct? I mean, the portion that's in the revocable license in the city right away is where the arrow is right and up over the top.
Correct. This section is the public property.
Yeah, so that's the only section where, because the other part was part of an entitlement that existed before for the property itself. And that 6-foot fence in theory is already approved administratively by the plan chair and staff, correct?
Correct.
So we're just furthering the approval of the existing 6-foot fence revocable license area. And all the other improvements are already covered by an existing revocable license, and should we not grant it, they would still have the existing revocable license to cover the old existing improvements, meaning the 3-foot fence, the elevator, the stairway, and everything else.
That's correct. And none of the other existing improvements are being modified by this project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff at this time? All right, we'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone here who wishes to address this agenda item? Thank you. Please come forward and tell us your name and address.
Hello, my name is Phoebe Holscher Architecture, and I am the architect for the Werwaths for their fence. And also we did the house before the Werwaths bought the house. Thank you, Sammy. And after the Werwaths bought the house, we got a call probably a year ago telling us that they loved the home, but that there was a serious problem that they were suffering, which was their property was open to the deer. You will hear from Carl Werwath, who will get up right after me. I'll be very brief. I just want to explain that our goal here is to replace the existing fence with a new fence where it is located now. we see in the drawings or the renderings, we split the fence up and created transparency because we are trying to be sensitive to the existing nature of the fence. We're not trying to create a big solid barrier. We are trying to block the deer from jumping into their property. Most, if all of the adjacent properties have 6 feet and taller, mostly solid fences and head. So this is like the natural funnel where the deer is onto their property and the part of their property that they have always used within the confines of where the existing fence is. So on that, I will let Carl further explain their concerns.
Thank you, Phoebe. I'm Carl Werbath. I'm here with my wife, Gina.
Hi there.
We love the house. We love Belvedere. Absolutely delighted. Those darn deer. So I just wanted to really emphasize that the reason why we are asking for this fence is strictly for safety. Safety of the deer, safety, frankly, for us, because they meet us literally at our back door. And we've had 2 deer perish while the time we've been here on the property, and also very challenging for our dog passed away a little while ago, but our dog just would not the deer because there were so many and so large. We just brought a couple of pictures to be illustrative. We can go to the next page. Obviously, a lot of deer. When we first moved into the house, after 1 month, we were actually moving in our furniture. And early in the morning, we actually found a deer dead that had evidently gone over the front of the property. Very change in grade if you go over, once you go over the front fence. And evidently it lost its footing, broke its neck, and was laying dead at the bottom of our hill. We had to pay to remove the deer. Gina had a couple of hours worth of cleanup to try to clean up the blood, graphic. But just so we've had that issue actually happen. As you can see in the middle picture, deer actually getting stuck in our elevator railing. It took a while for it to dislodge itself finally, but we've also had other deer perish onto the property as well. Next page, very quickly, I don't want to take too much time. You can see our dog wondering about the deer and not really one side at all. It used to be a very much outdoor oriented dog. And then one more page just to also indicate that we've had some property destruction. One more page, the pictures. Yeah, the deer are actually using our marble tabletops to try to pole vault over in the back. And obviously the table gave way and destroyed the marble tabletop. So in the middle pictures, literally outside of our back doors, I'm trying to grill tonight, like they're right there. We all know how large they are, intimidating. So again, long way of saying really this year is around safety for all concerned. That's our only objective. Thank you.
You weren't grilling venison that night, I take it. You were not grilling venison that night, I take it. Okay.
No, not at all. So, yeah.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much. Is there any other comment on this agenda item? I'm not seeing any in the room. Is there anyone online with public comment on this agenda item?
I see no hands raised.
All right, thank you. We'll close the public comment and bring it back to council. Vice Mayor Mark, could I ask you to
Sure.
weigh in?
I know we have a lot of restrictions, guidance, findings to be made for licenses. And as I looked at this, I was looking at alternatives, looking at solutions, and the applicant, the only other solution the applicant could have be to continue their 6-foot fence, out of the license area along their property line, and that would sort of keep their yard safe and secure, or more safe and secure. But I see no public benefit and a significant lessening of value for the property owner. So I can make the findings for this. I'm not sure I'm making findings approving it, but I can approve this use of the revocable license area.
Thank you. Councilmember Chemnitzer.
Yes, I visited the property. I'm familiar with the property. And read the letter from the property owners, which is very strong, and as are your pictures. But I still have a few questions about it. It seems to me that the elevator is going to continue to be a hazard for the deer regardless of what we do tonight. That seems that's of some concern. That picture was really graphic and I'm sure it was a mess, but that, and perhaps I should have asked this question, but correct me if I'm wrong, that is outside the scope of what we're doing tonight. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. Right. Well, I'm getting to that. I just wanted thank you. I'm sorry to read public hearing there. So to some extent, regardless of what we do, this project is going to continue to have a deer problem. So like, I'm sorry, I'm skipping through here. The difficulty I had, even though there is a revocable license for this very small fence, easy for the public to see over from the adjacent public lane, is item number 6 in the license itself, because this license does not convey an exclusive right to use the premises. License not restrict access by the public or by adjacent property owners to the licensed area. And the proposed revocable license clearly does that. An argument can be made that the small fence already does that, but it's easy for the, but there is still that feeling of light and air as a public benefit from the lane. So it seemed to me that a solution to what's clearly a problem that I have a lot of sympathy for. We have a lot of deer on our property too, is to pull that fence back to the property line, build the approved 6-foot fence that would then not be an issue for the revocable license, would then reduce the size of the garden, but that is actually public space. So I think I would prefer to address what's clearly a problem by simply pulling the 6 fence, proposed 6-foot fence back to the property line. And thereby not offend. I don't think we can possibly issue a revocable license with paragraph 6.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooper.
I know I'm not supposed to ask a question, but does number 6 actually say that revocable license property is supposed to be open to the public? Or is it referring to something else? Anybody know?
Well, what I can tell you is this has been standard language in the licenses.
Right, I assume that, but I just was wondering, I mean, the way this reads, and everything that has a revocable license, it's supposed to be public property?
That is correct. Here there is a gate in the public land on the right side that you can see that the public could access. It is open for use by the public.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, illogical to me, but anyway, I'm okay with the fence
Okay.
as proposed.
I'm just looking at the license from 2016 to see if it has that same language in there. I don't see this language in the 26. Let me just say, I thank Councilmember Kevitzer again for her diligence in pointing that out. I do think it would be difficult to grant a revocable license with paragraph 6 in there.
Yeah. Mayor, I'm getting a suggestion from Rebecca on the team here in the
Okay.
addition. If we need to, we can amend that number 6 language to make it not process here. I also had a comment that the property owners would like to make another comment as well. If you'd like to enter right now.
That'd be great. We'll open up the public comment again. Thank you, Carl.
That we're following precisely the same footprint and outline of the fence as exists today. And there is a secondary gate, which is primary gate to the property. The upper gate goes to our front door, even though it's on the side. And that gate will remain in the existing design. And if anyone from the public, if public access is required, can enter through that gate as they can today through that gate, potentially. I don't know the original design, potentially that was the original use gate. And so the access to that area would still be available to the public. It's not encumbered in any way. That perspective. The other thing I'd say is absent that fence, there's a very steep drop off that if that fence didn't exist in the public area, I think that'd be a safety hazard for the public if they were to decide to visit that area.
Can I just get a clarification? Carl, thank you for that comment, first of all, but there's a gate along the proposed 6-foot fence with an 8-foot trellis, right? And that gate is in the public right of way, right?
If we can just put the drawing.
The trellis and the fence on their property. There's a small gate here that's shown.
Yeah, so coming off of the walkway from the stairway.
Okay, so
Begin to enter into that flatter area of the property. There's a gate there that has access to the public property.
you're proposing, what's proposed to be built includes replacing a gate that presently is in the public right of way. And you're saying that that gate would be open and remain unlocked,
Locking it, it's separate. None of our gates are locked.
right?
Hard to see, but without that fence there at all.
It's
If the
very
3 foot,
hazardous.
it is very hazardous. It is,
Yeah.
I don't even let my gardeners go down there.
Yeah, I've
But
just,
So halfway there, and it opens up the tram rails for people to come and walk right up to, and I don't know, go over the train, it makes more of a hazard by not having a fence there than it will with having a fence up there, since
Yeah.
about the
But
tram
again,
rails.
if the concern is around public access,
Right.
public land, the gate, I think, has been solving for that. Will continue to solve for that in the design.
Okay.
Well, we have you here. What would there be what would the detriment to you be to pull if to your property line? Is there anything that has,
Line of sight being outside to have a 6-foot fence closer to us and up the hill.
And the property value. And I do think it would be a detriment to public safety, maybe to Belvedere, because that 3-foot fence would be removed. Then if the fence, the 6-foot fence is going to go straight across our property, you have an area there next to public steps with a huge, again, I don't even let my gardeners there. It's where the deer kind of go off. And we have our tram rails that are accessible.
They're exposed.
And they're exposed and they're not that high off the ground.
In this way, in the flat area, the 6-foot fence continues protects against anyone going into the tram, I think is what you're trying to say. So the U-shaped where it takes the
And-
left-hand turn going back up the property, that then protects anyone from trying to under the tram, over the tram of any sort. Otherwise, if
over
we go
the-
straight across, then people can go under the tram, lodged in the tram. There's a cable that is pulling the entire tram up. And so this actually prevents anyone from going into
I
that area.
don't think you, I mean, again, the gate is there, people want to access it, but I don't think it's a place without a fence that you would want like access.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. We'll close the public comment. Understanding that there's an existing gate in that spot and the gate would be replaced in kind, just be taller. I think I could support the revocations with paragraph 6 as it's drafted.
Yeah, and I have to further say, I hiked up those steps this afternoon, and I agree with the applicant, please. If you pull the fence back there, it's an open invitation. You come up those steps above the car park and up that hill, you would not think to go right. On that flat area up there where the current 3-foot fence is, you might decide to walk out there and take a look at the view. And that's a pretty treacherous fall off if you would get there. And as the applicant mentioned, you can walk right up to their home, let alone the deck, let alone the elevator infrastructure. So I don't know that serves the public good. This council and previous councils have certainly used their discretion in closing off way. And this is a circumstance where I don't see any problem in doing so. And I think it actually enhance public safety. I don't think it's a view problem. Technically, we get around that issue either by modifying the language slightly or that the applicant isn't claiming exclusive use. It's an open gate. If someone wants to, I don't know why they would, just like someone wouldn't walk in the landscaping of someone else's revocable license, but they could. So I don't see this as inconsistent or even as is, but I think we could modify that language slightly to make it more consistent with the use on this property.
Yeah, my sense of it, having better understood that existing gate is there and is just going to be elevated, is that, I mean, the terms of paragraph 6 say that convey an exclusive right. So that's not, it's not going to be granted by this license. And the terms of the will not restrict access by the public or by adjacent property owners. And the licensee shall not restrict that access. It off, but with an open gate or an unlocked gate does not preclude access by the public. It dissuades it, but the terrain is dissuasive enough, I would think. I think I could get comfortable with.
So we have, since the applicant has not lived in Belvedere for a long time by, according to the public record, we have struggled for as long as I've been on this council, 7 years, with vertical structures in the public space because they do tend to space that is not intended to be private. It is intended to continue to be used. Where we have occasionally allowed a fence in the public space, we have conditioned the lights on that gate remaining unlocked for the length of the revocable license. So I would, I appreciate the clarification because I think it does satisfy Section 6, which is something that we should always look very carefully at. But I would like to have it conditioned on that the gates to this to the public space remaining unlocked at all times.
That's great. So let's, thank you, Councilmember Kemster. We've got two conditions. The first was we need to revise the license agreement to cover future improvements as the language from the staff report. And we need to, I think perhaps in paragraph 6 is the place to do it, simply add that the gate that's being built, the public right of way shall remain unlocked during the duration of the license agreement. So with those,
Yeah, you may be able to say in that second sentence, license shall not restrict by means of lock or other means, something like that, just real simple and straightforward.
so with those two supplements to the license agreement, is there a motion?
With those, I will move.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm sorry to interject, but since we did reopen public comment for people in the room, I don't know if you wanted to see if anyone from the online crowd.
Thank you. Thank you, council.
watching Page Lab.
Do we have any comments from anyone?
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands raised.
Very well, very well. Close the public comment again. All right, so we have a motion from Councilman Kemser.
Second.
All right, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Congratulations. All right, that brings us to item 10, which has that been withdrawn, Mr. Zadnik?
Yes, so that has been withdrawn, continued.
Very
Next
well.
week. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move then to item 10D, which is discussion and possible action about the appointment of Mr. Harrington to the Parks and Open Space and Lanes Committee. Let me first open it up to public comment. Seeing none in the room, is there any public comment?
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment and bring it back for discussion. I'll go first. I think Mr. Harrington is wonderful, energetic, focused on doing what he can to assist our Parks and Open Space and Lane. I think he'd be a wonderful add. Anyone else?
I would just agree and formally second your comments.
All right, is there a motion?
Move to approve the appointment to the Parks and Open Space Lanes Committee.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. That brings us to items 9A and C. I need to recuse myself from those, but live within 500 feet of each of the subject properties. Thank you, Vice Mayor Mark, for handling the balance of the agenda. And thank you all for your help tonight.
Thank you. While Mayor Lynch leaves the premises or leaves the room, I will ask, is usually agenda item, and ask for the staff report, please. Item 9A.
Yes, sir, not a problem. I'll just wait for Mayor Lynch to leave the room. Okay, we all set? All right, fantastic. Vice Mayor Mark, council members, before you tonight is a CTL penalty appeal for the project located at 312 Beach Road. This was a residential remodel / landscape project valued at over $500,001. So it was provided 18-month CTL. The project was 85 days over its CTL deadline and therefore penalized $50,500. The initial permit was issued in January of 2020 with an initial CTL of 18 months. The project was then awarded a six-month extension, which established a new CTL sunset date of July 29th, 2022. Following the passing of that date, the property owner was sent a 30-day grace period letter, which is standard procedure for the city, notifying them to finalize the project, complete it, otherwise be assessed fines. Following those 30 days, the project had yet to be finalized, and the assessment of fines began. In November, the building department went out for 2 final building inspections and passed and finalized the project on November 30th, 2022. Immediately following that improved inspection, the 90-day landscape extension was provided to the project. The applicant supplied the deposit, the 1% of the project valuation on November 17th. And therefore, once per the code, once the building department finalizes the project, the 90-day landscape extension takes effect. Additionally, per the code, that halts TL timeline. It does not continue ticking during that 90 days. The 90 days came and went. It was up on March 1st. And then the applicant contacted the planning department on March 9th to conduct their final inspection. I would just like to note that the final inspection from the planning department is the inspection that halts the CTL timeline. The planning department, due to staff shortages, as well as conflicting schedules with the planner and the property owner, could not get out until May 11th to conduct final inspection, at which point the inspection was conducted and approved. Following the final planning approval, we notify the property owner of their overages and their fines, at which point the property owner properly applied for the CTL penalty appeal, and the property owner went in front of the CTL appeals committee to state their case. In that meeting, the property owner stated that the project was delayed due to complications from COVID-19, delays due to extreme weather events in this past winter, unnecessary project neighbor complaints on the land and other aspects of the project, and delays due to planning department and city staff turnover. As in the staff report, things could be made for some of these to provide relief. However, that would be up to council. The one that the committee provided the most validity was the COVID-19. Again, this project did start in 2020 and continuing ramifications moving forward in 2021 and early 2022 due to ongoing COVID issues. Also stated as in the report, while extreme weather events are an approvable reason to grant relief, the committee did not feel that this past winter was an extreme weather event, provided documentation of other events within the last 10 years that were very similar to the rainfall totals that we experienced this year. It would be up to council to either affirm, modify, or penalty in full. And staff is open for any questions. Oh, I apologize. I do want to make one clarification. In the calculation of the fine total, the total should have been 99 days. and the property owner was notified for 85 days. Their calculation and finalization dates, that was my fault.
Thank you. As I open it up for council questions, let me just make one quick clarification. That was one of them, so thank you. I had 101, but I think, but I think I counted
100 or 99 this morning.
But I think I counted the days on either end, so I appreciate that clarification. So, we're not making the calculation for that. We're using the previously noted.
We're using the previously notified 85 days, which totaled $58,500.
Got it, thank you. And the second clarification is in relation to AB 1561 and Government Code 65914.5, which is the statewide entitlement extension. This didn't qualify it because it technically was not in effect, because their permit was not in, and I'm paraphrasing, not in effect on or before March 4th, 2020, and would not otherwise have expired before 12/31/2021.
Yes, and it was that they did not qualify for that.
Well, the first one too, because they weren't in effect before March 4th, 2020.
They did have a
Because it was
demolition, I believe, oh no, excuse me, on July 29th, 2020. So they met neither parameter, and so they were not awarded from AB 1561, nor were they awarded any relief from the urgency ordinance granted by in early mid 2020, which was, I believe, 66 or 68 days of relief as well.
Okay, so I'll any questions for staff from council?
Yes. I'm sorry. So even though 51 did not apply, you nonetheless exercise discretion to give them some allowance due to a discussion around the effects of COVID-19 on this project. Is that correct?
No, it is not.
Okay, could you clarify, because
You have
I
a
thought
6-month extension.
He had a 6-month extension as per the CTL code. They and we conducted the CTL extension meeting, and that committee granted him a 6 extension on the project.
Good. Okay, thank you. So he did get 6 months extension
Beyond the 18, yes, ma'am.
in part due to COVID.
Yeah, at the time, that was one of the main reasoning to give him the 6 extension.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
So he has had that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to clarify, so I can in the application for the extension of that construction time limit at the a few days before the conclusion, the stated reasons, and I'm sure discussed in that committee, were the delays supply and delays associated with COVID, plus amendments to the original permit that to complete the project within the time period within the CTL. Now, that second part isn't really a factor to be considered, correct? So in that 6-month extension was granted primarily on COVID delays.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Question.
Well, I guess my only question, given what's already been discussed, is then I think you said if there was going to be any question of changing the amount, that it could be based on COVID, but I didn't understand. Why were you recommend that COVID could be an additional reason for changing the amount of?
If the delays to the project beyond 6 months and the delays were reasonable due to COVID, such as material shortages, consistently getting sick and not being able to come to work, it would be within reason for council to make the findings to provide some relief. Maybe not all relief. It also may not be reason if council feels the 6 months extension was already that relief provided for COVID. So I was just making or not myself personally, but the committee made the determination that that is a viable reason to provide relief. The amount of relief would be up to full.
But did you feel that that had an impact, that it was more than the 6 month? I guess what I'm trying to
It
do.
was not proven to the committee
quantify
that the project went over 6 months due to
Okay.
COVID.
Okay, thank. I'm trying to quantify it here.
Yeah.
Understood.
And given that AB 1561 extended permits 18 months, and this permit, while well in the heart of that period of time, didn't qualify because of the beginning ending of that urgency ordinance by the state as well as by the city of Belvedere. And you do mention as a recommendation that you can make some findings and some conclusions that it did affect the project beyond in this fine period. Do you have, and getting to Councilmember Cooper's question, do you have any way to like what that additional extension might be?
I do not, no, sir. However, the applicant can't state during the CTL penalty appeal meeting that they lost 2 to 3 months of COVID. Due to COVID, 2 months at least of construction work due to COVID.
In there, I mean, I'm sure the applicant will mention this above and beyond that they were granted, or inclusive of those 6 months.
It was not identified. It was just 2 to 3 months flatly
Understand.
stated.
Thank you. No more questions. So I'll close the questions here and open the public hearing from the applicant's team to present. The appellant's team to present, I apologize. Are they via Zoom? Imagine?
They are, Scott Robertson, if you'd like to unmute.
Okay, thank you. I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. And Scott, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, please.
Okay. Thank you. I had a 2-hour presentation. I was going to try to knock it down to 15, but I'll try to get it in 10. Can you see me? Am I on video? No.
No.
Is that an option this evening or not an option?
Is an option?
Yes.
Yes, 1 second, Scott, and we'll reset your clock.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you, Brian, for that. I'm not sure of the date you're using to final the project, but my records show that it was finalized by the inspector on November 17th. So, but I won't take any more on that. I want to make this as concise as I possibly can. I do have 30 email attachments out of many. I do have 33 exhibits. If I can hold your attention for just a brief few minutes, then I can maybe rip through a lot of those exhibits really quickly as they fill in the blanks. My essential position is that COVID, yes, we were at the heart of COVID. The beginning of 2020, as you know, that was the beginning of the pandemic. That was the beginning of the shutdowns. By the summer of 2020, we were shut down and everything was pretty difficult. We had Rebecca, Brian were out with COVID. They were ill. My general contractor, my concrete contractor, my plumbers, my electricians. I still today never got air conditioning because my air conditioning guy disappeared. So basically, I'd just like to say that my application was fairly straightforward. It was a simple application, simple remodel. In conversation with Brian, who was very helpful during the process, we agreed that it made most sense to divide the project into phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 would have been what could have been approved generally more quickly, that did not include planning commissioner approval. It did not even include design exemption. And then phase two would be that portion of the project that would require planning commission approval. And then my contention during this process was that because phase one was taking some time, even though without planning approval, we did accept a demo permit. And the demo permit, which we did accept and then began our demo, at the end of the demo period, by the time we got our phase one permit to do the work that didn't require planning and commission approval, that work was, well, we began phase one 2 months later. Phase two was not approved for many, many months. In fact, it wasn't approved. We began construction after a 2-month demo delay, July 29th, 2020, in the summer of COVID. We did not get our phase two permit until July of 2021. That was sometime later. At that point, our phase two permit was within 6 months of our initial construction timeline. Even with the extension, we only were about 11 months for mostly 40% or more of the project. During our phase one, because phase two involved so much in the lower level, master bedroom, electrical, plumbing, radiant heat in the floors, etc., we were not even able to complete phase one construction until we were able to get underway with phase two. Then I only want to say that, because I'm running out of time, phase two, we were not allowed the phase two permit even in June 22nd, 2021, until we submitted a landscape plan, which we had not intended to do. We didn't think we had the time. The landscape plan that we did submit, and that was conditional to getting the phase two permit, eventually or ultimately was approved in May of 22. That was 2 months shy of our construction timeline. The landscape plan included 75 steel and concrete piers, including 6 or 7 that were 24 inches in diameter and 30 feet deep, holding up a portion of Beach Road. So the idea that we could have met all those timelines given COVID and given the last feature that I'd like to throw in, and I think the staff was very good over time. Brian mentioned the staff shortages and some of the other delays related to not working in the office, et cetera. But it did amount also to a very strange and maybe atypical delay toward the end. In fact, one day after the expiration of our extended timeline, a neighbor complained about the removal of a very old Eugenia bush on my property, caused a complaint, then given to the director of planning, Irene Borda, who then, in her own research, made a series of errors that ended up costing another 3 months delay until we could final on November 12th. I'd just like to read one paragraph from an August 11th, 2022 letter from Irene to me. I'm going to make it brief. Pursuant to Planning Commission Resolution 2021-013, she said, a condition of approval for my phase two permit required that prior to issuance of a building permit, a final landscape plan shall be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission chair and the director of planning and building. This condition of approval was not addressed prior to issuance of the building permit. This was partly an error on planning staff. The planning staff at the time was Rebecca Marwick, and not ensuring that, in other words, Rebecca not ensuring that the condition of approval was fulfilled. Staff did not have the power to waive the condition of approval in the resolution. Additionally, as the property owner, you are responsible to get the proper approvals to address all conditions of approval before the permit was issued, and that did not happen. That's a false statement, but that's what she said. I'll just continue briefly. At this point, Scott, you have gone above and beyond what was permitted and approved, and I'll end with her 2 paragraphs later. I have not asked building to give you a stop work order, but I will if you are not constructing within the boundaries of your permit. It is my understanding that the permit could be revoked because you failed to comply with the conditions of approval. All of that is false. My 30 emails and my 33 exhibits make that case. And I'll rest right there if you have questions.
Ms. Robertson, do we have any questions for the applicant, for the appellant? I apologize. I just have one. So your contention is that you didn't do any work beyond approved entitlements or permits.
My answer is a qualified yes. And the reason it's a qualified yes is because there's two parts to what Irene Borda was angling toward. And it was removal of a Eugenia that my neighbor was upset about. My neighbor then complained saying that I did not have an approved landscape plan, that I had no right to do it. This is contrary to my conversations with Brian, conversations with Rebecca Marwick. I had not only an approved landscape plan, irrigation plan, and on the plan, it called for and allowed the removal of that Eugenia bush. It also had been submitted to the water department for final approval by the water department of that landscape and irrigation plan. So all of these 30 emails and the 33 exhibits will qualify that, so that you understand that when I removed the Eugenia bush on the last day of my extended construction timeline, hoping to then get into the 90-day extension to finish our planting, we instead we are being questioned as far as what work we could continue to do. And then we're subject to nearly 3 months of planning commission hearings and public comment that I think was unnecessary, and I think would have led to some delay.
Thank you for your answer. Any more questions for the appellant?
This is Nancy Chemnitzer. Hi, Mr. Robertson. I want to make sure that we have a complete record before us. You've referenced to 30 emails, and we can see on the video that you have been a stack. I'm looking at our documents for review tonight. Do you believe we have the full record? It looks like it has, it's hard to read, but I think it says Exhibit 30.
Councilmember
Could I have some clarification,
You have
please?
the exact packet that was provided to the CTL Penalty Appeals Committee.
Thank you very much.
It is the exact packet that Mr. Robinson provided to us.
Thank you very much. Robertson, do you think that there's anything else you're referring to that we don't have? We've all gone through a pretty extensive record here.
If that's a question directed at me,
It
I think this, I could go through it with you, but in consideration of the lack of time, I guess we won't do that. But yes, if you were to read through this, what you will find, it will fill in the blanks to my earlier contention about COVID, because you'll see a lot of reference to COVID and delays, and you'll see reference to ongoing months upon months of getting minor revisions to add a pier to a foundation that was already approved. It took a really long time. I want to say that Brian was very, very helpful, but it didn't negate the fact that we suffered delay after delay after delay during the heart of COVID. And I think the administrative delays were directly related, that working from home, not having all the records. And I think at the end, what you'll find is that Irene, the documents will show that she was very much involved in this process, very much involved in this project, had emailed me back and forth many, many times. And at the end, for whatever reason, maybe because of the stress overall of COVID, she was forgetful over many things. And it led to, I think, a needless extra delay going to the public hearings over 2 to 3 months at the end of the year.
Thank you very much. Was that a yes to my question? I believe, I want to make sure, you're laughing, but this is very serious for us. We really want to give you every benefit of the doubt. And I just want to make sure that we have the record, and I believe staff has indicated that we have the record the CTL committee was given, and it sounds to me like that yes, because a lot of what you've just mentioned is in what I at least have been studying this afternoon. I just want to make that we're in agreement. Yes.
All of the exhibits and narrative I would have presented, you have.
Thank you much.
And I just would like to point out just one exhibit, Exhibit 12. If we just looked at that briefly, and I don't need to go into all the rest of it, but Exhibit 12 is one of a handful of emails from Brian and Rebecca, even Irene, that my landscape plan that called for the removal of that Eugenia bush that had already been approved months before and sent to the water department for verification and approval. It says, "Hi, Scott, this is from Rebecca. My understanding of your project is that the landscape plan was approved and the new 55-foot long wall was not part of the approved landscape plan. Is that correct?" And that was correct. And I'll let it go at that. My point is there are several emails in here, including a comprehensive set of comments related to our overall landscape plan that came back and verified time and time again that we had an approved landscape plan and that it wouldn't have been a violation for me to have removed that Eugenia bush inciting the neighbor. And I didn't mean to laugh. I wasn't laughing. You guys are there. You're working hard. You're working late. I appreciate it. I know you're taking it seriously, and thank you.
I would like a point of clarification for council. There are two different landscape plans.
Understand.
There was one for the upper portion of the property, which was approved initially with the permits. There was a lower one after end of the project. That is the landscape plan that was not provided to the city. The one that was approved was provided for the remodel, as well as there's a couple retaining walls and the garage getting redone. That had a landscape plan approved. Once it went below the home, down the hill a little bit, that is where the additional landscape plan that had not been approved, for instance, that is the one that is being referenced at that point, not the originally approved one for the upper half of the property.
Thank you. And I think we have some opportunity to ask a few more questions of staff, but Mr. Robinson, before we bring up public comment, can you comment on the work done, both the 55-foot long wall as well as the work below the property without a landscape plan and a plan and in property beneath yours towards the water?
Yes, I can. And what Brian just mentioned is correct. We did not have a backyard landscape plan, and we're not intending to plant out the backyard of the property. And so Brian's right when he's saying that what was approved earlier that Irene was now saying was not approved, did not include the backyard. When we went before the Planning Commission, that is when the backyard plan was required. And it was a mandate that they required us to do a backyard landscape plan when we didn't have a plan to do the backyard. There is a second part of that, because it's not just backyard, it's also public strip, as you're probably aware of. And the public strip, which had probably a 60, 70-year-old staircase that was very dangerous. I have pictures of it. It looks like this. This was a very old staircase. This staircase in 2021 looked like this on the strip. The last picture I showed you was the portion on my property. This is the portion of it that was on the strip. And by the way, that's the condition of the strip. So what the neighbor had done is the neighbor had said that I went down there and did a lot of work, which wasn't true. I actually only removed a broken staircase that was a hazard. And I started removal of it within 24 hours of my neighbor releasing an easement right across the property and access to that staircase. It was I'm a landlord by profession, property owner, and liability is my middle name. And so the one thing that I don't need is a liability like that. So the moment I had the right to remove it, I took it out. That did not require a permit. Both Brian and Rebecca and Irene confirmed that. I didn't do any construction in that strip. All I did was clean it. And here's what it looked like when I was done. Looked like that. Looked like that. So the middle of that property below the railing is my property and the strip is below that. So I did not remove any trees, any bushes. I did trim them to about a few inches off the surface, but not to get rid of them, but to clean it up and put wattles and netting to hold the hill. Both my neighbors on either side had slips. They did nothing about it, at least the one neighbor. And so I'm going to say I thought I did the right thing. I didn't do any construction and thought that I was within my rights the way we did it.
Thank you very much.
All right.
So before we have final questions for staff, I'd like to see if there's any public comment in the room. Does not look like it. Any public comments online?
Vice Mayor Mark, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Close the public period. Sorry. Any further questions from council to staff? I just wanted to, it was my understanding, Brian, that the need for the second, well, two questions. The first one is if the upper landscape plan was approved and the appellant had removed that tree, one, why was that an issue? Was that an issue? Comma. Second question is, it was my understanding that the second lens was required because of the work done in the backyard and the strip area. And is the appellant correct in your interpretation? Permit wasn't required or a design review approval wasn't required for that work, meaning removing the dock and the landscape work. Those two.
I'll answer your second question first. He is correct that a building permit was not needed for that work. However, he is incorrect that a design review approval or some type of planning approval would not be needed. As you guys are probably well aware from projects that you have done, as well as your neighbors, friends, everyone else, if you want to change a rose bush in Belvedere, you need some type of written approval from planning. Same thing goes with removing stairs, removing any type of trees or bushes or whatever. Had on the lower end of the 312 beach property, it all requires planning improvement, especially if you start going on that is not yours. As for the Eugenia bush, if it was on the approved plan, it would not be an issue. If it was not on the approved plan, that's when it would become an issue. I could not speak for the planning director at that time. I don't recall what the landscape plan does reflect, but I can say if it's on the plans, stamped and out on site is the set of plans that we use for the approved work. We get many complaints. A lot of times we go out and investigate complaints. Most of them are invalid, but we still go out and investigate them. So Irene showing up saying, let me see your plan, let me make sure you're doing what you're doing is not out of the realm of concept here in the city. We do that quite often, actually. And again, if what was provided on site, the stamp plan, bush being removed, there would not have been an issue. If it did not show that, or the plans were somewhat ambiguous, that may create a bigger issue at that point.
We don't have a definitive answer on that tree in the upper part of the property. So for the absence of that, I'm inclined to take the appellant's word on that, unless.
Well, I can just speak to it
Sure.
a little bit. So I was still here as a senior planner when the land plan was approved. I do not recall if that Eugenia plant was on that first approved land plan. However, subsequent to me going to another jurisdiction, I did have conversations with Irene Borba, and there was some confusion about where this approved landscape plan was. And so I will say that probably cost Scott some time in the processing of where this landscape plan was. The second land was a retroactive landscape plan after work was done on the lower portion of the property, and I was not here at that point, but I was after the neighbor complaint that the lower portion was worked on, and it went back to planning commission for retroactive approval.
And the tree in the upper portion was, the landscape plan was ultimately found and approved either
And I
retroactively
think
or
it
on the
was
plan.
Approved,
Okay,
on that first plan, if I'm remembering correctly.
okay, wonderful, thank you. Mr. Robertson, do you have any, you don't need to, but if you have an opportunity to comment quickly on the questions asked to staff.
Right. On the last day of the extended CTL, I sent this email to my neighbor and explained to him that after many weeks of trying to resolve what kind of privacy screen we could agree to mutually, including yew pines and laurels, which is what ultimately installed. Here's a copy of the approved plan that Rebecca's referring to and that Brian referred to. It calls for the removal of all of the eugenias, one of which was kind of tall, and the other that were just stumps. This is the one that the neighbor didn't like being removed. The reason it looks like that is because it's a bush, not a tree. I call it a Tyrannosaurus Rex of trees. So that's not a good one. And I sent the neighbor this picture also of the tree removal. I did it as neighborly and I did it in friendly, and they hit the roof and we haven't spoken since. Yeah, there we have it.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So close the public hearing and bring it back to here, council for deliberation and comments. Councilmember Kimitzer, do you have any thoughts?
Yes, I'd like to hear what my fellow members have to say. But I do want to say, I want to thank the applicant, the appellant, very much for the presentation. I want to thank staff for the details and the staff report. I spent hours again going through this record, and that's why I wanted to make sure that we had everything was being referred to in the presentation tonight. My initial reaction is that the CTL is fair. I was concerned about the effect of COVID. So I'm glad Councilmember Mark asked about 1561, as well as the additional 6-month extension, or the unrelated 6-month extension provided by the city. I did not or see in the record any evidence that that COVID caused more than a 6-month delay. Recognizing that 6 months is a long delay for any project, but I know that the city has bent over backwards to provide that benefit to open applications. I also know, because I was mayor during some of this time during COVID, that city staff, despite sometimes being sick, bent over backwards to comply with county law and state law with regard to closing construction sites very temporarily. And I remember that during this time, Brian and Public Works, our city manager, spent 12-hour days and plus trying to get to reopen construction sites safely under the many regulations required by the government. And it sounds to me like, although clearly there were some ways that that this project benefited from staffs working these very long So I really looked through the record and the emails to see whether whether this project was neglected, and it did not appear to me that it was. The delay of Irene Borba at the end, I believe, was already taken into consideration. And the number of days was somewhat reduced by that, as reflected in the staff. So I also know that Beach Road council members and in particular got a lot of complaints about construction in the area of 312 Beach Road, and that it did impact the community, which is one we take into consideration as the reason for the CTL. So I'm sympathetic with the applicant, and I thank the applicant for bringing these matters to our attention, but I think the CTL was fair, in my opinion. But I'm open to what other council members have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooper?
I would have to say I came to the same conclusion, and especially when I guess we're not supposed to talk about the math, but this certainly could have been a lot higher. And therefore, in essence, due to a clerical error, there already is a reduction given. I don't know how much, because I understand that the number of dates amount of the fine changes. So depending on which, the 600 per day or the 900 per day would certainly make a big difference for about 15 more days. So that already is gone. I felt that the weather argument didn't really impact what was going on, although it did seem like a lot of rain. We certainly saw in the data that it was not considered anything out of the ordinary, just we hadn't Heil. And again, I also agree that it seemed as though by the time Rebecca changed to giving Irene this, that a substantial amount of the work was already completed. And Mr. Robertson said this was a straightforward project. It did have 5 separate, which doesn't seem very straightforward to me. And therefore, I would imagine that many of these changes were in a longer amount of time as well. So I would agree. The current fee is appropriate.
Thank you. I look at this, I think, as the appeals committee would have, and looked at the factors being identified. While the appellant put COVID first, I'm going to respond to that last. Weather issues, I'd agree with Cooper that while slightly higher than normal, it doesn't represent a significant weather impact or a weather event, as the code would indicate. The phased project, the steps of the project. Mr. Robertson spoke quite a bit about phase 1 and phase 2. In my experience with the town, both as a planning commissioner and so on, and as a homeowner here, I'm quite confident that the city expressed to you the process that any subsequent permit would relate to the first permit from a CTL from a length of project perspective. And I know for a fact from the planning side, it is always advised advised not to add to the scope of the project in various stages, because it makes it very difficult as a whole project, both from a perspective, but also from a building department perspective. So I don't believe that was the advice by staff, and the scope creep and the scope increase is somewhat self-inflicted. I don't see that as a significant portion or reason to grant a CTL fine reduction. The neighbor implications that you identify are to a great degree a factor of the increased scope of work, the review and appeal and the process associated with planning. So if someone's seeking an additional permit or required landscaper or any other of the 4 or 5 permits that Councilmember Cooper mentioned, each permits with their approval has a period of appeal, and a neighbor has the right to appeal, just as you are this fine itself. So likewise, I don't know that that's something the city can look at as a consideration for that. The staff turnover and the associated work with that, or lack of work, or miss work with that, can see somewhat, and I can see the delays associated with that and we've addressed that a little bit. I do see that this they mentioned early on in this presentation that this project narrowly skirted AB 1561. It was just and then subsequently beyond it. The governing code that AB 5061 modified, for the record, section section C does give some latitude to when a permit is beyond that to address that, which I think the city in the 6-month extension. But I do have some I think greater empathy and understanding of the COVID consequences on timing and project process for during this period of time, and can see some delays associated with that. Certainly not removing the fine, but I can see a modest reduction there. That's why I was asking Brian if you can quantify it in any way. And short of that, I wouldn't know how to identify that. But I certainly can make the recommendation to uphold the fine and potentially recommend a slight reduction. Being COVID is the delays associated with that was a pervasive, ongoing obstacle to construction, having had the personal experience myself. We do if we wish to do it, but you had voted, so you didn't feel it was necessary to reduce it. So I'm just asking for a further comment or consideration, and I'm okay not. I do think this fine is justified. I think the city did a very good job of looking at all the considerations, and I think that COVID was really the only worth a reduction or extension to the construction time limit, and they did grant that plus extension, which is standard. So in a sense, we would be granting a further extension due to COVID, and I don't think we've seen much evidence that it's delayed more than the 6 months that was granted. So I am. No, I'm not changing my mind. I have a solid because it did actually, it has impacted construction and supply chains and PG&E hookups and you name it. Everything was delayed and acted by that. I don't think it would eliminate the fine altogether, but if I would make a guess at an additional 25%, hesitate to do that, but I'm comfortable with.
Well, you have to do the math for me.
But I also see that there were, and as I mentioned, I don't mean this completely in a derogatory way, but there were some self-inflicted issues here. The work done, out of permit, I wouldn't say out of permit, out of entitlement from a planning perspective, caused a lot of consternation and caused a lot of time that planning staff needed to review it and go through the appeal process to allow neighbor questions and concerns. And I know that took a couple rounds to get it done.
So thank you. Thank you for I really went over this in my mind this afternoon when I was going through these emails and trying to sort out what aspects of the delays in this project were due to COVID, the related staff unavailability. But I guess I kept coming back to, and as a professional in this situation, I don't think it's a surprise to the appellant that many times when we see an appeal from a CTL, we find in the record, I would say almost always, when there's an appeal from a CTL, always we find that there has been some delay that is, as you say, self-inflicted. And one of the common producers of delay is work that was performed without the benefit of design review in the middle of a project that had itself sought various levels of design review. And we have exemptions, we have DREs, we have full planning commission applications. So it's an ongoing problem with unpermitted work, to tell you the truth. And somehow when this is captured and then sought to be remediated through the planning process, that always takes longer. And I felt that in this application, number of factors that came out that led to that. And so on that basis, I'm prepared to make a motion to uphold the fee.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Robertson. We now need to move to item 9, correct? Yes, 9C. Can I have a staff report for item 9C, please?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mark and council members. For your consideration is an application for historic designation at 402 Gate Avenue. On April 11th of this year, the Historic Preservation Committee recommended designating the property a historically designated property. Then on July 18th, the Planning Commission recommended City Council designate the residence as well for 402 Golden Gate Avenue. The historic designation survey form prepared by members of the Historic Preservation Committee determined that 402 Golden Gate Avenue satisfied 4 of the 9 criteria in categories related to architecture, environment, and integrity. As a result, staff recommends that council adopt the resolution approving the designation of the property at 246 Road as a City of Belvedere historic property. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for staff?
No.
I would just real quick, if the same question I asked about the last one, whether this applicant knows that the Act is subsequently up for review and may be modified if they are recognize the potential the potential encumbrances on their property without that.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
They do.
No questions? Okay. I'll open the public hearings if anybody has any comments. Anybody here will? Anybody online?
Vice Mayor Mark, I see no hands raised.
So I'll close it and bring it back. Sorry. Close the public comment, bring it back for comments.
I think it's a perfect home to grant as a historic property. I went up and looked at it, and I actually knew the people that lived there several years ago, and so I know that it's a great property and a great house. So I'm glad it's happening.
So I too am familiar with the property. It came up for various planning changes when I was on the planning commission at least twice. So I've been through it. Actually, I think it came up three. And I thought that and it's a beautiful house, and the house itself deserves historic designation. I want, as Councilmember Cooper said earlier, the work done by our historical committee is so well respected, and I just really love about all of these historical properties. I do, and I'm prepared to approve this application if the other council members agree. But I do want to raise one thorny issue, and that is the garage. So the garage is one of the things that came up when I was on the planning commission, and there was a parking platform and a small garage structure at that time. It has been increased in size. I think it's a 3-car garage now, which if it were part of the original house at all, has been vastly modified historical condition. And I think this raises an interesting question about designation. There have been a number of properties that came up in the Beach Road area, one of which has since been demolished, where the question arose as to whether the original historic structure had been so modified to change its original design. And I understand that this particular house not only has interesting historical architectural features, but it's really the history of who lived there that is worth preserving and respecting and but the new state legislation has changed property owners' rights with respect to garage conversion. And I am a bit uncertain about how the historical designation of the house, which as Vice Mayor Mark mentioned, is an encumbrance on the property, how the property owner and the city would reconcile the new legislation with respect to the garage on this property.
So let me open the public hearing to ask that question. I mean, I think you refer to ADU provisions.
There is the ADU provisions, but I believe council can correct me, but there are also separate entitlements to garage conversions. And to wait, that would require a change in the exterior to this very large, it's a very large garage. I think it's a 3-car garage. So does anything we would be doing tonight offend current state law?
And I think to add to that, would the ministerial approval of any state regulations sort of bypass the historical designation process you described earlier, as well as that?
Okay. Yes, so yes, you're that garage conversion in a non-historically designated property is allowed ministerially, as well as in a historically designated property, and I'm reading from our ADU code, that places on a local historic register shall not be approved if it may cause an adverse impact to the historic significance of property. So if that garage is considered part of that historic significance, then I'm guessing we could not approve that ADU. I would also further speculate that should this be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, council, went to court, I'm guessing, given the state's take on ADUs, that somehow could get approved. Would you agree?
I don't know about that.
It makes me nervous to speculate this much, but
Sorry, Andrew.
No. I would just say also, I mean, it's kind of an interesting setting because as the staff memo lays out and is described, the garage itself, I mean, not historic. It is attached to a building that may receive an historic designation tonight, but that component may actually not have the same historic character as the rest of the structure. So exactly how that provision would apply, I think, is a interesting question.
So
I hesitate to speculate more than that.
But the entire property would be designated historic property. So the first pass, if a ministerial application were received, would be to kick it upstairs, proverbially, because of the historical designation, and they would need to make the argument that this does not challenge or disrupt the historical nature of this property, which would probably be hard to do with a second story in a garage or something like.
I suspect we would require an architecturally
historic
report done as part of the application. I don't know if when you say kick it up to planning commission.
No, I don't mean kick it up. I mean proverbially, meaning it wouldn't go through ministerially because it would trigger the historical review.
Well, if we had a historic report that stated that the conversion of the garage to an ADU would not have an adverse effect on the nature of the property, then would go through.
Yeah, no,
ministerial
that's my
review.
point. I'm not commenting so much on the ultimate, as our council mentioned, speculating what would happen. I'm more about a check in the process,
Correct.
right? So that
Yes.
it wouldn't happen ministerially, and also storing that garage without the Historical Preservation Society, committee, and or a potentially architectural consultant to come in and give feedback to this, to make that determination.
Right, but I'm not sure that we would go to preservation if we had a report indicating that. it
No,
was
that's what I'm
okay.
saying. I mean,
Right, right,
whether it goes to the committee first or to an architect report first, I don't know this is, but there would be some,
It'd be a check.
there'd be some, or there's be some diversion to run, which I think that's what you're looking for, right?
Right, and I think the bottom line is we would look into it further and carefully consider the issues.
Spoken like.
How's that a lawyer? How's that a lawyer response?
Just to add quickly, just like any of the other provisions in the code, we would look at it,
Yeah.
holistically and make sure that you can check all of these boxes.
As long as our code and the underlying state provisions don't ministerially bypass historical designation entirely. I think that's the question.
The query really is, and I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but let me just put it out there, that we can conditionally designate. Is that correct? In other words, I'm assuming that what's before us tonight is, yes, the property is designated historic, or no, it is not designated historic, but that we don't have the authority to use the word except the garage, for example.
Well, we want the garage though.
If we cannot designate the property as a historical property, leaving part of the problem is that the garage did not exist to begin with. There's already a modification of the historic property, but I'm assuming it's either designated historical or it is not designated historical.
Correct.
Okay.
However, we have designated specific properties landscaping historic because they were designed by a famous landscape architect. And I remember a specific address. And so if we do have historic properties come in and they're changing their landscaping, we'll run it through design review. We won't necessarily take that landscaping to the Historic Preservation Committee if it's not designated historic.
That's the Frank Church Garden on Crest.
I think it's one on Golden, I can't remember.
Okay,
but I know-
well, that's that's kind of my question. Can you designate part? Oh,
Yeah, that's the one on Beach.
but landfall has full Mills Act.
But that landscaping, I'm pretty sure is specifically historic,
Okay, I think, okay,
inclusive of the buildings, not separate from the building. So
that's the whole property would be designated historic then. So I'm not aware of any partial designation, but that doesn't exist. It just means I'm not aware of it.
So are you worried that they would want to come and change it? Is that, or you think they wouldn't
So-
be able to if they had wanted to?
But for the new legislation, they would not be able to change it at all. And my question is, the new legislation overrides
over,
local control. Mhm. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think has put it well tonight.
Yeah.
We can leave it for the future.
It's certainly an approvable property for designation. And I think the garage issue, looking at it both ways, I believe would be an applicant, not concerned, but an applicant property owner could go either way. They could choose to bring it back to a historical garage. I mean, they could do something smaller, one car platform that they felt was more appropriate to the property. Our Title 21, if the entire, I believe in either case, full designation is better because Title 21 would allow them to do that. More appropriate historical use of the property, and our title does allow that. If they were to want to get around, I'm not saying the applicant would do this, but just saying hypothetically, if they wanted to get around and add a second story using ADU provisions that the state would allow ministerially, there seems to be a check on it because we would have to require a historical review of it. And I think the determination would probably come back, though, it was designated historic in this current form. So therefore, adding that second story or doing something is not consistent with the underlying designation. So I think it protects the property owner in both cases, meaning moving it back to a more historical perspective, which is in the interest of the city in that case, and protects it from the other way because of that appropriate check in the code, our code as well as the underlying code. So I think it correct me if I'm wrong, it does make sense to designate it as proposed here, the entire property, because it's the public interests and property interests are both aligned, I believe.
Yeah. No, very good.
Should we make a motion?
But we still have the public hearing, just because I opened it up to questions. Any comment on that before we close it off? The public hearing and bring it back for potential motion.
I make a motion that we accept the designate 402 Golden Gate Ave as a City of Belvedere historic property pursuant to Title 21 of the Belvedere Municipal Code.
Second. Thank
All
you.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's approved. We now jump to number 11, the open forum. I don't think anyone's here to comment on the open forum. Pat, no? Is there
Online.
anyone online to speak at this late hour?
Vice Mayor Mark, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now adjourn this August meeting of the City Council. Thank you very much.
Us. No, I'm not.